Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Found Light Behind the Gas Mask. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I awoke with a start as Tamura Shigaraki's voice sounded directly in my ear. Hey, wake up. It's your first day. I rubbed my eyes groggily and looked up at the blue-haired man. First day for what? I've been doing missions for the past 3 years, Tamura. No, you absolute dimwit. I'm talking about your UA infiltration. Kurogyari has already written your recommendation, so I suggest you get going unless you want to be late. I sighed, already dreading my new schedule if it meant waking up at 6:30 a.m. just to gather information at a school. Isn't Toga pretty young? She'd be able to get the info we need better. My quirk isn't exactly meant for stealth operations. Toga's already a recognized villain, and she can't easily obtain a faculty member's blood. As you've noticed, she's a bit unpredictable. Just go, you brat, Tamura said, and I sighed dramatically once more. Fine. I'm going. After a quick breakfast of toast made by our league's own Kurogyari, I rushed out the door in my new uniform, including my bag of school supplies. I ran along the street, resisting the urge to divert into a house for a quick thrill. I had to stay focused on being a hero for the next couple of weeks until the league acquired the information they needed. When I arrived at the school, I looked up at its enormous size, surprised at how large a mere high school could be. Walking in, I grabbed my schedule and saw that my room was Class 1A for the hero course. Upon entering Class 1A, I immediately felt out of place, being a girl who started classes later than everyone else. Hey, I said softly, making my way to the empty seat they had set up for me. I could already gauge the personalities of most of the students just by observing them and their reactions to my entrance. For example, there was a boy with spiky hair who seemed to dislike the idea of a new classmate. All right, class, stop staring like idiots. This is YNLN. She got in through recommendation but joined late due to family issues, the raven-haired teacher said. I'm Mr. Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Go ahead and take a seat. We'll be heading to a rescue facility tomorrow, so be prepared for that. I nodded and took my seat, pulling out my supplies to study. I couldn't help but notice the gaze of a green-haired boy sitting next to me. Turning to him, I spoke with a friendly smile, deciding it would be best to put up a kind front to gain trust. Hello, I'm LNYN. It's nice to meet you. The boy blushed, clearly a bit awkward, and held out his hand. He seemed cute. He stuttered, and I shook his hand. I wonder what his quirk is, I thought, studying him. Soon, Aizawa began the lesson, and I turned my attention to the front. Later on, Mr. Aizawa called me over to talk before lunchtime. I know you're joining on a late recommendation, but we already got your costume designs and had them made. Your quirk? It's a gas-like one, isn't it? He asked, and I nodded. YNLN, her quirk, toxic. YN can emit gases with different effects from her body, usually harmful. Her blue gas causes unconsciousness, her green gas causes internal damage, red gas leads to eventual incapacitation, pink gas promotes internal healing, purple gas induces fatigue, yellow gas causes temporary paralysis, and her white gas serves as a smokescreen. However, if she breathes too much of her own gas, even the pink gas will leave her feeling weak. At UA, YN keeps all but her green, pink, and blue gases a secret to hide her true identity as the villain Lady Toxic. Well, go try on your costume and see if the measurements are right. You'll need it for the rescue training tomorrow, the monotone man said, and I grabbed the costume, heading to the locker room to try it on. The costume fit me perfectly, and I was very pleased with it. It's like the one back at the league, but this one seems a bit more advanced since it was made by professionals. I think I'll keep it even after they figure me out. I quickly changed back into my uniform and rushed to the lunchroom to grab some food before the next class. I didn't want to be starving, or I wouldn't be able to concentrate. When we returned to class, Mr. Aizawa briefed us on what was going to happen at the rescue facility the next day. He also told us we needed to pick a class representative. Everyone got one vote, and while most people, including me, since I didn't know anyone there, voted for themselves, some voted for others, resulting in a black-haired girl named Yayarosa becoming co-representative and Izuku being chosen as the official representative. I was actually kind of happy with this outcome since Izuku seemed like a good guy. "Hey, congratulations on your new position, Midoriya," I said with a small smile, waving him over. He nodded slightly, looking a bit nervous. "Yeah, I honestly didn't expect to get any votes. I wonder who voted for me," he said while tapping his chin. I shrugged. "Hey, whatever. You're class rep, don't get hung up over who picked you and who didn't. Just accept it," I said nonchalantly, and he sighed. "I guess so, Ellen." "Thanks." He smiled a bit, and I felt a blush creep onto my face, covering it with my hand. "No problem." What was happening? Why was I blushing at this guy? All he did was smile and say thanks. "Also, you can just call me YN. I'm not really into all those formalities." "Oh, I'm sorry. YN it is then," the green-haired boy stuttered, and I laughed a bit. "But can I call you Izuku-an? It seems to fit." I suppose," he said with another smile, and I nodded, smiling back. "Izuku-an it is." The very next day, I was heading to school bright and early again. I kept in mind what Tamura shared with me about their attack on the USJ. Despite my family of villains attacking, I had to still pretend I was a student. My infiltration of UA couldn't end after only one day. That would make the whole mission utterly useless. My shoes clicked along the sidewalk as I walked towards my destination, but I stopped as I heard a woman's voice coming from an expensive-looking apartment. I suppose just one. I'd be early to class anyway, I muttered to myself. Opening up the bag I had, I pulled out the black gas mask I wore with my costume. It had been too long since I had felt the thrill of my quirk in action. I went around the back and kicked in the window, the woman's voice halting. She spoke again, saying she heard something downstairs. I climbed into a cabinet after pushing out the fancy wine glasses, activating my quirk. A green gas filled the cabinet and slowly seeped out the cracks. The woman noticed, opening it with a look of disgust on her face, which quickly morphed into panic as she inhaled the smoky gas. "Toxic gas, a part of my quirk," I said under my breath as the woman gasped, falling to the ground in distress. "But it'll hurt pretty bad. But I've got classes to get to." I noticed that the woman's cries must have caused the neighbors to call the cops. "I hate to cut this short, ma'am, your screams are quite captivating. But the police will be arriving soon." With that, I activated the red gas, and the green gas fanned out as the red came in. The woman tried to hold her breath, but I just shook my head. "You can't hold your breath forever," I said with a small giggle as she eventually succumbed, collapsing. Sirens approached, clear as day. I escaped through the back window, took off my gas mask, deactivated my quirk, and put my gas mask away. I then headed off to school as if nothing had happened, the police arriving too late to help. Once at school, there were reporters swarming the front. I tried to get past, but they continued to pester me with questions. Instead of listening, I used a small amount of my sleep gas, and the reporters fell over, unconscious. They'd only be out for a few minutes, plenty of time for me to get in without being bombarded. In class, I patiently listened to the lesson, and once lunch came, I headed to the cafeteria as usual. I saw Izuku approach me and gave him a small smile. Before the alarms went off. I looked around in alarm, and Izuku did too. What's happening?" A third year brushed past me and said, "It's a level 3 security breach. It's never happened in my years of being here." I was shocked but pulled Izuku along to the exit, and he followed me like a lost puppy. We soon came to a hall flooded with kids and tried to push through until a boy with black hair and glasses flew through the air onto the exit sign. "Students, do not be alarmed. It was simply the media who came to ask questions. No one is at risk." I sighed, thinking the villains had gone forward with some other crazy plan to attack the school itself. Though now that I think about it, how did the media get into the school all on their own? The school's security was so tight that not even Endeavor could have breached it. I tapped my chin, wondering if this was part of the USJ attack. Well, at least it wasn't anything major. Izuku said, and I nodded in agreement, still lost in thought. You okay, YN? Oh yes, sorry. I was just thinking. Sorry, Izuku-kun, let's go eat lunch. After lunch, and a bit of debate, Izuku handed off his position of class rep to the black-haired kid, whose name I found out was Tenya Ida. Do you really think that was the right thing to do, Izuku-kun? The boy nodded, looking over at me with a blush still. I do. Ida's really responsible, and he's a natural-born leader. I don't really have any leader qualities, to be frank, he said with a small laugh, scratching the back of his head. I smiled at him and spoke once more. I think it was really good of you to do that. Midoriya blushed more and bowed his head slightly. Thank you. Soon after, we headed out to the bus, where Ida was already commanding us to get into 2 straight lines to board. Izuku and I stood beside each other, sweat dropping at the sight of him. Well, he sure is taking on the role of leader, already. We thought simultaneously, and once the bus arrived, despite Ida's protests, everyone rushed on. When we were heading to the USJ, Ida was despairing in his seat. It was an open layout bus. There, Ida, I said with a small laugh, patting his back slightly. It's admirable that you're taking your position so seriously. The mature black-haired male nodded, bowing his head. Thank you, Thelen. I appreciate your words of reassurance. There was more banter on the bus as we drove off towards the I, however, was beyond exhausted from my new morning schedule and the fact that I had stayed up extra late the night before. Eventually, my head lolled to the side slightly, and I fell asleep. My head happened to fall onto a certain green-haired male's shoulder, and I began to snore softly, my eyes shut. The boy known as Izuku blushed darkly as he slowly looked over to see my face very close to his. She fell asleep on my shoulder, he thought, but blushed even brighter after that, covering his face. Ooh, does our very own Midoriya have a crush? Kirishima asked from his own seat, and Izuku frantically tried to shush him, not wanting to wake me. A few other students murmured in sympathy for the boy, who hid his face in his hands, wishing more than anything for the bus ride to end. Kirishima shot Midoriya a playful smirk and, with a cheeky wiggle of his eyebrows, returned to whatever he had been doing before teasing the freckled boy. Izuku glanced back at your sleeping form one last time before he too succumbed to sleep, the bus ride still stretching ahead of them. I awoke about 45 minutes later as we arrived at the rescue training facility. Lifting my head slightly, I felt a small weight on my shoulder and saw Izuku's sleeping face. Oh, I must have fallen asleep and he must have dozed off on me, I thought, letting out a tiny chuckle as I shook him gently. Hey, Izuku-kun, wake up. We're here, I whispered, and he bolted upright, a deep blush spreading across his cheeks as he saw me. As she whispered in my ear, he thought, his face turning even redder, and he nodded. Thank you, why, let's head on in. Once we entered, I spotted a familiar spacesuit. Pro Hero 13, the hero who had previously frustrated me with her ability to neutralize my gas and save my targets. My eye twitched slightly, but I masked my feelings. She began explaining about the USJ, and everyone made the connection to Universal Studios Japan with the shortened name. I stifled a yawn as she went over everything, then raised my hand. 13, I need to use the bathroom, I said. Of course, right down these stairs to the left. You should see it. I headed down the stairs, and as I reached the bathroom, Kurogyari appeared by my side. Begin the infiltration. All Might isn't here yet, but there's no time to waste, I said in a hushed voice, and the shadowy figure nodded. Returning to the class, I waited a few moments, and then the villains began to appear. I feigned shock as they walked through the portal. Aizawa raised his hand and shouted, "Don't engage them. 13, contact the other teachers. I'll handle this." I contained a smirk, knowing the raven-haired man wasn't nearly skilled enough to take on all of them, even if they were minor villains. Soon, I felt Kurogyari's presence again, knowing he would have to teleport me as well. After a brief exchange, he sent everyone to different locations, and I landed at the shipwreck zone with the Grape Kid, Frog Girl, and Izuku? I rolled to soften my landing on the boat, spotting Izuku in the water as villains approached him. I had to restrain myself from commanding them to back off. Izuku! I yelled, ready to jump in, when the frog girl rushed in and saved him. I breathed a sigh of relief as they all landed on the ship. That was close. Thanks, Azui, Izuku said, and the frog girl, apparently named Tsuyu, replied. I told you to call me Tsuyu. Alright. Sorry about that. Izuku scratched the back of his head, while the mischievous great boy managed to grab hold of me inappropriately. Wow, Helen. You've got quite a figure, ACK. I felt my face heat up with embarrassment and anger as I pushed him away. I might as well toss you in to face those shark villains, you creep, I yelled, covering myself. He looked terrified, and I glanced over the edge, not noticing Izuku's equally furious expression directed at Great Boy. Midoriya stepped to the edge, observing the villains waiting in the water. They must be hesitant to come up here and fight us because their quirks are suited for water. Plus, they probably don't know what we're capable of, he said, and I nodded. When I did, he turned to me next. Why, and if I can ask, what is your quirk? I paused, rubbing my arm nervously. I can create gas from my body. My eyes change color depending on the type and effect of the gas, I explained as best I could. I decided to embellish a bit. I can heal internal damage with my pink gas, 'cause internal damage with my green gas, and put people to sleep with the blue gas. But inhaling too much of my own gas can make me weak or even cause me to pass out. He stared at me in awe. Wow, that's a really cool quirk. Wait, isn't there that supervillain lady who can do something similar? Great Boy said, and I froze, but Tsuyu quickly came to my rescue. No, Mineta, you're thinking of Lady Toxic. She uses a red gas to harm people and tortures them with another one, remember? I guess. Mineta replied, and I nodded, waving my hands. Why yeah, people often mention how much my quirk resembles hers. But I don't have any connection to her. Midoriya nodded. I've seen Lady Toxic on TV before, but only in brief glimpses that the news reporters could catch before she disappears in her smokescreen, he said, and I nodded. Well, we shouldn't focus on villains who aren't here. Let's concentrate on how we're going to. I was cut off as one of the villains chopped the boat in half. I gasped and stumbled, losing my grip as I fell off the side, hearing them yell, YN. I slipped from the slick metal bars I was holding onto and fell into the sea below. Well, I guess I have no choice, I shouted, tearing off my sleeve as I fell, my eyes shifting to a bright blue. Guys, if you see blue gas, don't breathe it in. I called up to the three still on the boat. Landing with a splash in the water, blue gas surrounded me. The villains who tried to pursue me mostly succumbed to sleep, but a few remained awake from being underwater. I looked up to signal that I was okay. Until a fish-like villain yanked me underwater. He held me there and spoke, let's see how long you can last in MY territory. He laughed and I struggled for breath. My vision began to fade as I finally exhaled and inhaled water. This is it, I thought, feeling the water close in around me. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, a large whirlpool formed, and I was pulled from the water by Midoriya. Tsuyu had grabbed Mineta and Izuku and jumped away, and Izuku managed to save me from the whirlpool, using the sticky substance from Mineta's head. At least, I assumed it was sticky since the still conscious villains were caught in the whirlpool, stuck together. You guys are amazing, Tsuyu said, and I glanced at her, noticing Izuku's worried expression as I hung limply in his grasp. Once we reached the shore, the green-haired boy shook me anxiously, and I coughed up water. Thank you, Izuku. I would have suffocated if you hadn't grabbed me, I managed to say, and he placed a hand on my back. Are you sure you're okay? He asked, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, I replied, expelling the last of the water from my lungs before turning my attention to the fight. We crouched down, hidden from view as Aizawa battled villain after villain. Tamura stepped forward, and Kurogiri returned to his side, announcing that a student had escaped. I scowled slightly at the news. It must have been Ida, engine legs, I thought, recalling how 13 had advised him to run for help before we were teleported. Suddenly, the ground shook as Tamura summoned the Nomo. He had mentioned bringing the most powerful one for the attack. The monstrous creature let out a loud cry, and I watched as it slammed Aizawa's head into the ground. Knowing I had to put up a front, I ran forward, giving Tamura a wink that said, "I'll be fine. It's a way to gain trust." "Mr. Aizawa," I called out in a feigned worried tone, activating my sleep gas for the Nomu, though I knew it would have no effect. I heard Izuku shout for me to come back, but I ignored him. "LN, get out of here." Aizawa choked out, but I pressed on, determined to pretend to hold off the Nomu, assuming it recognized me as an ally. What I didn't expect was for the large bird-like beast to grab me, its claws digging into my abdomen before tossing me aside. I gasped in shock as I was flung, feeling gravely injured. The last thing I saw before slipping into unconsciousness was Midoriya's tearful face as he rushed over to me, cradling my body. His words faded in and out of my mind. "YN. Medical. Needs help. Get." That was all I heard before everything went black. The HC girl lay unconscious, with Izuku Midoriya holding her limp form in his arms. There was no one nearby with a healing quirk, leaving the boy no choice but to remove his costume and wrap it around her wound to try and stem the bleeding. In a surge of rage, the green-haired boy powered up his fist using one for all, aiming at Tamura Shigaraki, who was about to attack Tsuyu with his quirk. "Smias," he yelled, moving his fist forward. He managed to hit a target, but not the one he intended. The punch landed squarely on the Nomu, which had jumped in front of Tamura. The blue-haired villain laughed as the Nomu began to approach Izuku to retaliate. Suddenly, All Might burst into the facility, launching his own attack. Time passed, and I woke up what felt like ages later, still in the training facility. Izuku was by my side, holding me close. He gasped as I stirred and I groaned in pain. "What happened?" "I feel like I got hit by a truck," I said weakly, and he hushed me. "Shoo, save your energy. The Nomu got you the big bird thing. You managed to distract it long enough to buy Aizawa some valuable time and save him from further harm," he explained, and I looked up at the ceiling. "Really?" I asked, and the teary-eyed Izuku shushed me again. I nodded slightly and closed my eyes, trying to rest. Later, I woke again. This time, I recognized the nurse's office from the white ceiling above and the pillow behind my head. I sat up slightly but winced, letting out a small whimper, which drew a gasp from the doorway. Turning slightly, I saw a flash of green before I was embraced. I winced again but was surprised to hear Izuku's voice. "You're awake. I'm so glad. We've all been worried," he exclaimed, his eyes glistening with tears. I pulled back slightly after returning the embrace. "Why would you be worried? I spoke to you just a few hours ago before resting again," I said, placing a finger on my chin. Izuku shook his head, looking deeply into my eyes. "YN, you were out for 4 days. What?" I couldn't wrap my mind around it. 4 days? How could that be from a small injury? I shook my head slightly, and Izuku turned to the door. "1 second, YN. Let me get the others." Soon, Midoriya called in the other Class 1A students, along with Mr. Aizawa and All Might. Suddenly, I was bombarded with relieved voices asking, "Are you okay?" Even All Might was close to tears. Mr. Aizawa stepped forward and spoke. "LN, what you did was brave. Foolish but brave. Thank you. Despite the recklessness, you saved me from potentially serious harm." I looked at him and nodded. "I'm glad, Mr. Aizawa-sensei. But I'll be a bit more cautious about my actions. Thank you all for coming to see me," I said, giving a gentle smile. Most of the students checked on me one last time before exiting, while Izuku and All Might stayed. I looked at them, confused, before All Might spoke. "Izuku's here because he really cares about you," he said, causing Izuku to blush. "And I care about you too, young LN. But I have a few questions." Worry flashed through me, but I hid it with a simple nod. Was he catching on to my deception? "Miss LN." I held my breath without even realizing it. "That bird brain didn't damage your quirk in any way, did it?" "I know Mr. Aizawa's was weakened, and I wanted to make sure," All Might said in a worried tone, and I looked a bit surprised. Then I laughed lightly. "No, All Might, he didn't. My quirk runs through my skin. I'd have to have all my skin destroyed to lose it. I explained, and the man nodded. Good. But now for my other question. Izuku stepped in to ask this one. Ellen, how are you so confident when going up to use your gas on the Nomo? Any normal person would have cowered in fear. All Might nodded beside him, and I froze. Making a joke to cover for myself while I thought of a heroic-sounding response, I raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, so I'm not normal?" The boy blushed and waved his hands. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I laughed as I cut him off. Calm down, Izuku-kun. But my confidence when facing it. For some reason, it disgusted me how easily the lie slipped from my mouth to Izuku. I was confident because my sleeping gas has never failed before. And also, I couldn't just sit there and let Mr. Aizawa possibly get hurt. I couldn't stand by and do nothing. Izuku gaped slightly but then nodded. I felt the same way. When Bakugo was being attacked by a villain, I felt that urge of not being able to just stand by. All Might cut in, and his actions there saved young Bakugo's life. I witnessed it. So, Ellen, that was the partially right thing to do. Next time, don't get hurt though, the joyous man said, walking over to the door, opening it, and poking his head in to finish his thought. Feel better, young Ellen. Young Midoriya, keep an eye on her. See you later, he spoke as he exited, and I giggled lightly, not noticing Izuku blushing at my small laughs. Soon, Recovery Girl came in and began to shoo Izuku. It's time for her to rest, she can't have visitors 24/7. Go on now, the woman said, and I gave the boy a small wave goodbye as he exited the nurse's office. I laid back in accordance with Recovery Girl's request and closed my eyes, allowing sleep to take me once again. I woke up after another long rest, seeing Recovery Girl above me, once again healing my wounds. I gave her a small smile, and the woman smiled back before speaking. Well, Miss Ellen, your wounds seem to be all healed. That's why you were conked out so long, dearie. You should be able to do classes just fine, the kindly older healer said with a small pat on my arm. I thought about how my wounds were healed at the league. I was roughly bandaged up and maybe given painkillers if we had them. No one ever treated my wounds with a smile and a healing quirk. I shook my head slightly. I couldn't be thinking about that. The league was my family. I smiled once more and said, "Thank you very much, I'll get to class." I walked to class 1A with bandages around my torso, my school jacket on my shoulders along with the rest of my uniform. When I walked in, I was greeted with a unanimous LN. I gasped as several students came over to hug me, everyone saying things like, "We were so worried," or, "Are you all better now?" I smiled slightly looking down. "Thank you all. Yeah, I'm good now. Recovery Girl healed me," I exclaimed with a bright smile, and everyone breathed out a sigh of relief and happiness. I went to my desk and sat down after Mr. Aizawa hushed everyone, and he looked up at me. "Ellen, I'm glad you're all right," the man said simply in his monotone voice before starting the lesson again. I stifled a small laugh. The super serious Aizawa had actually shown a soft side? As the lesson continued on, I found my wounds aching less and less over time. Eventually, when school was done for the day, I packed up my things, finding that there was no longer pain in my abdomen. That Recovery Girl truly was a miracle worker. I felt a tap on my shoulder just as I was about to leave and turned, seeing Izuku standing behind me. Hey, Wyan, I'm really glad you're okay." I gave him a small grin. "Thanks, Izuku-kun, but..." I was cut off by the green-haired male. "But don't do anything like that ever again. You could have died. In fact, you were really close to death," he said in a concerned tone, and I laughed a bit. "It's okay, I'm fine. I lived, didn't I?" But I honestly didn't expect that bird brain to be unaffected by my sleep gas. He nodded, tapping his chin. "I know. He appeared to have nostrils in his beak, but maybe his senses were mostly destroyed from the overwhelming amount of quirks that were forced onto him. Maybe." Izuku trailed off as he began mumbling, and I sweat dropped, patting his shoulder. "Don't think too much into it, Izuku-kun. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. See ya," I said, giving a small wave as the boy waved back with the tiniest of blushes. I walked along the sidewalk back in the direction of the League's hideout, and once I arrived, I headed in to be faced with Kurogiri. Why? You have a mission to take care of a pro-hero. His hero name is Yami, real name Kai Shigeki. He's an undercover hero who's been figuring too much out about us. And he could soon expose us. I would have sent someone else since you just got back from classes, but no one else can. He is currently at this address. He should be with his family. Eliminate him if you must, but focus on taking his life, the shadowy man instructed, and I nodded in agreement. Heading to my room, I double-checked the address, memorizing it before crumpling the paper and donning my villain outfit. With my gas mask securely in place, I set out. Upon arriving at the location, I heard a woman's voice and a man's laughter inside. Shigeki, I thought, knocking on the door while activating my paralysis gas. A man with short raven hair and a slight goatee answered. Yes, what? He started, but his words faltered as he collapsed to the ground, the gas already taking effect. He glared at me, struggling against the paralysis. Lady Toxic, he managed to say, and I looked down at him. My voice came out in a rasp, a deliberate choice to conceal my identity. Your family won't suffer. Only you. He attempted to fight back, clearly trying to use his quirk, but it was too late as the red gas infiltrated his system. The woman, presumably his wife, rushed over, cradling a child in her arms. She gasped in horror, and I stepped forward to hold her back after deactivating my gas. Inhale that, and you'll face dire consequences. I did not come to harm anyone but Shigeki Kai, I rasped, walking away as the remnants of my red gas dissipated, leaving the sound of her sobs behind me. As much as I knew she must have been suffering, I couldn't allow myself to mourn her loss. This was who I was, a killer. Suddenly, a pro-hero, Edshot, emerged from the shadows. I had barely managed to hide behind a building. Internal damage. It must have been Lady Toxic, Edshot remarked. Wow, aren't I just a household name? I thought sarcastically, straining to listen. I'm sorry, ma'am. That villain has too powerful a quirk. I'm afraid Kai Shigeki is dead. The woman's sobs escalated into pained cries, and the child began to wail. I sank to the ground where I hid, tucking my knees in. This is me, I thought. I am a villain. I kill for the League. I commit any crimes for the League. Everything I do is for the League. They took me in. They saved me when heroes abandoned me. This is me. As I stood, I contemplated the life I might have led had I chosen to become a hero. Perhaps I would have had real friends. Maybe even a family again at some point in my life. But in that moment, I convinced myself that this was the only life for me. There would be no redemption for the pain I had caused, the crimes I had committed. I was too far gone. I was a villain. Evil. Bad-blooded. And the man I had just killed, the reaction of his family was proof of just that. Once again, I was sent on a mission, this time by the boss himself. As I walked down the streets in a black hoodie and baggy pants to conceal my villain costume, I recalled the moment he summoned me. I entered the dimly lit room, squinting to see anything. The glow of a computer screen caught my eye, and I approached slowly. Suddenly, a booming voice called, "Alton." I straightened up, nodding my head. Yes, sir. I need you to go on a very special mission for me. The hero you must find and eliminate is no ordinary hero. I nodded again, remaining silent to absorb his words. I wondered who the hero could possibly be. This hero is a UA teacher. The erasing hero, Eraserhead. I froze slightly. How was I supposed to assassinate my teacher, the underground hero Eraserhead? He was an assassin too, likely more skilled than me. I nodded again, realizing it was best to accept the mission. But I know this will not be an easy feat, but with our defeat at the USJ, it seems necessary to take down an asset like him. Understood, sir. I will make quick work of him, I promised, though dread churned in my stomach. Aizawa was a smart man. If I failed, he might discover my identity. I had to get in and out whether I succeeded in killing him or not. I finally reached Aizawa's modest home. He must be in here. It's a weekend, and this man never goes out, I thought. I grabbed my gas mask, but before I could put it on, I sensed a presence. Dismissing it, I clipped my gas mask on and knocked on the door, releasing red gas. The man stepped out, not inhaling even a whiff before tying his scarf tightly around his nose and mouth, neutralizing my quirk with his own. I cursed under my breath. The famous Eraserhead. You truly live up to your name, don't you? I remarked, hearing a faint sound of someone struggling to hold their breath. I knew it. Someone must be watching. And the infamous Lady Toxic, your quirk is as flashy as ever, the raven-haired man replied in his usual bored tone, and I sprang into action, tackling him. Leaning down, I hissed in my altered, raspy voice, I know of your new weakness, Eraserhead. I saw the USJ attack. He remained silent, but I could tell his eyes widened beneath his goggles. I didn't see you there. Not all villains need to make a big, flashy entrance, I chuckled, smirking beneath my gas mask. I wonder how long you can hold your breath before you give in. I punched his goggles, temporarily disabling his quirk and allowing me to release the red gas around us. Give in, Eraserhead. He was on the verge of succumbing when a feminine voice shouted, Mr. Aizawa. Suddenly, I felt a sharp impact at the back of my head, causing me to look for the source of the distraction. Just then, I barely dodged Aizawa's attempt to grab me. I spoke into a small radio I had brought to communicate with the League. I must make my escape. Mission failed. I sighed in annoyance before sprinting away, narrowly evading Aizawa's scarves and hiding out in an abandoned building. I removed my mask with a sigh, placing it in my bag. Great. I heard the boss's voice in my ear. You did well. If not for that distraction, Eraserhead would have been in serious trouble. Don't worry about it. That was excellent, he praised, and I smiled slightly. Thank you, sir. Next time, I'll finish the job. I heard a rustling and then footsteps fading away. Oh no! I thought. The invisible girl must have followed me. She saw who I was. I quickly put my mask back on and took off after her, but I knew I wouldn't be able to find her. I cursed under my breath. They might believe her because of my quirk. No, I'll just go back tomorrow, I thought. I won't get caught. No way. With that, I stood up, putting my hoodie and baggy pants back on to conceal my appearance. I left the building and headed toward the bar, still silently scolding myself and that girl. What was her name? Toru Hagakure? Whatever it was, she was my biggest threat right now. The next day, I went to school as usual but noticed the invisible girl slightly turned toward me. I looked over and gave her a little wave with a smile, but she turned away. She knows, I thought, wondering how many people she had tried to tell. Aizawa entered the room and looked over at me. LN, I need to speak with you in private. Of course, Mr. Aizawa, I replied, following him. Izuku looked at me questioningly, and I shrugged as if I didn't know what was going on. Once we were in a private room, he sat me down and began to speak. Ellen, a certain student helped me yesterday when I was attacked by the villain, Lady Toxic. I feigned shock. Are you all right, Mr. Aizawa? Especially after the USJ. I trailed off. He raised an eyebrow, and I could see his suspicion easing slightly. I'm fine. But Toru Hagakure claimed that she saw you with the gas mask Lady Toxic had. I raised an eyebrow slightly but shook my head. Sir, I was at home cooking dinner before my sister got home from her job. I lied, but he seemed to accept it. Does your sister have raven hair like you? And gold eyes? She could potentially be Lady Toxic if she has a similar quirk. I pretended to think for a moment. No, sir. Her eyes are more greenish than gold, and her hair is a bit of a light gray. I'm sorry, I said, and he sighed. Well, thank you, Ellen. If you know anything about the possible whereabouts of Lady Toxic, tell us immediately. She's becoming a more prominent threat as it seems the League is sending her on more missions. Head back to class. I'll join you in a moment. I nodded. Thank you, Sensei. I'll report any information I find. I got up, smoothed my skirt, and headed back to class. When I sat down, I shot a small, confident smirk at Toru, who glared back. Many of the students seemed to sense the tension between us. Izuku walked over to me. Hey, Wine, what did Mr. Aizawa want to talk about? I shook my head slightly at his question. It was nothing, mostly about tests and scores and such. It's fine, Izuku-kun. I smiled brightly at him, and he blushed in response. All right, but if you need anything, talk to me, all right? Will do, Izuku. He walked back to his desk, glancing at the girl with HC hair and EC eyes. She's definitely hiding something. Her smile didn't reach her eyes, it seemed forced. Maybe something was bothering her? What if someone hurt her? I shouldn't pry. I don't want to get into her personal business. Still, it seems strange that she's so tense with Toru. I watched as Mr. Aizawa walked back in moments later, looking around at everyone. Okay, everybody. I think it's about time I announced the start of the annual UA Sports Festival. Cheers erupted around the classroom. Even I had seen the festival on TV, it was a huge event. But wasn't UA just attacked by villains? Mineta asked, biting his nails in fear of the possibility of danger. UA wants to continue and host the festival to show that we have fully recovered from the attack, Mr. Aizawa's bored voice explained, and I nodded in understanding. Mineta, don't you know how important the festival is? Izuku asked, and the great pervert nodded, still looking worried. Yeah, I just don't want to get hurt. I laughed slightly at this. Don't worry, Grapehead. I'm pretty sure the villains are smart enough not to attack UA when so many heroes are gathered. Aizawa nodded. Exactly. All of them would be apprehended in seconds if they tried an attack. Plus, we're increasing security this year. Anyway, you'll all be participating, so train hard and don't make the first years look bad. Everyone got super excited after that, discussing their training regimens and how they'd prepare. I, for one, planned intense workouts so I wouldn't rely on my quirk as much. I had plenty of physical strength, but there was no harm in training more. As everyone cheered about the festival starting, I didn't notice a pair of malachite eyes staring at me, still pondering what the conversation between Aizawa and I could possibly mean. After school, everyone was still chatting about the upcoming sports festival. I understood how big of a deal it was, but I still didn't get why everyone was this excited. I walked down the sidewalk, putting in my headphones and playing a playlist of my favorite songs to block out the chatter of the students. Once I reached the bar where the league hid, I explained my training regimen. Just don't overwork yourself, VN, Kurojiri said, and I nodded with a small smile. Tamura patted my shoulder, careful not to make full contact. Don't disappoint us, kid. I won't, I promise. I smiled again, this time at Tamura, whose lips turned up just slightly before he returned his hand to his face and walked away. I left shortly after, jogging in my sports attire. It didn't help that it was a hot day, but I managed. After a calm, lengthy jog, I panted and headed to a nearby park for my workout and quirk training. The day had begun to get colder, and I cursed myself for not checking the weather as the chilly air nipped at my skin. Fortunately, I had a thin jacket for a bit of warmth. I jogged to a nearby coffee shop, Cafe Andreini's, and stepped inside, sighing as the cozy atmosphere enveloped me. I quickly walked up to the counter and ordered a small hot cocoa, sitting down once they took my name. I stretched out in a comfy chair by the window, setting my jacket down beside me and watching as people walked past, some entering the shop and others leaving. Soon, I heard a voice beside me. "YYN?" it questioned. I turned to see none other than Izuku Midoriya. Recognizing him, I turned my entire body and gave him a bright smile. "Hey, Izuku-kun. Come, sit down with me," I said, motioning toward the seat. He smiled back, but his eyes widened as he noticed my attire. "Why, it's freezing out, and you're in. T," he exclaimed, his cheeks turning a deep shade of red. I laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of my head. About that. It was really hot earlier when I was training, but suddenly the temperature dropped. This place was closer than home, so I figured I'd stop by for a hot cocoa. He nodded slightly, still blushing as he sat down. So, you must have a pretty intense training regime?" Izuku asked nervously, trying to keep his gaze steady. "Sort of. My quirk isn't very physical, so I mainly train to release more gas before I get exhausted. I'm already physically fit," I explained, and he nodded. "But you, on the other hand, Must really have it rough with that quirk of yours. He scratched the back of his head and nodded. Yeah, it's very intense. I grinned. Well, I'm sure you're going to do great in the festival, Izukuin. Before he could thank me, I heard my name being called. That's me, be right back, I said cheerfully, walking over to the counter to get my hot cocoa. When I returned, Izuku had also gotten his drink from another counter. We sat down and chatted for a while longer before he stood up. It was really nice talking to you, Ian, but I should get back to my tea training again, he said with a small smile. Of course. See you la. I was cut off as the retreating boy tripped on the chair leg. My quick reflexes kicked in, and I caught him before he fell, blushing slightly as he landed in my arms. Izuku turned bright red and quickly got back up, and I checked to see if he was okay. Izuku, are you okay? Are you injured? I asked worriedly. No, I'm fine, he replied. I sighed in relief. Be careful, I won't always be around to catch you. I giggled and he smiled back, still red in the face. Sure. See you around, YN. With that, he jogged out the door. I sat back down, my cheeks warm. Why was I so flustered? He's just a friend. Right. Convincing myself of the latter, I finished my drink and headed out to continue my workout. The sports festival was nearly upon us. The day of the sports festival had arrived. To ensure no one gained any unfair advantages and to showcase our raw potential, hero costumes weren't permitted. I wasn't too disappointed, as mine was just a simple black outfit with my gas mask. As long as I didn't breathe in excess gas from my quirk, I'd be fine. Once I arrived at the waiting rooms with everyone else, I immediately sat next to Izuku. He was really my only friend here. After a few minutes of playing with a strand of my hair, I heard someone clear their throat to my right. I turned to see Todoroki standing up. Midoriya, he said in his usual monotone voice, and I perked up. What could he want with Izuku? Izuku stood up to face the half-and-half boy. Why, what is it, Todoroki? Todoroki stared at Midoriya before speaking. I'm going to win the sports festival. I glared at him slightly for threatening Izuku but tuned out most of their conversation, only hearing Midoriya stand up for himself, saying he would try his best too. We were all in the middle of the Colosseum-like arena, each student separated into their different classes. Midnight stood in front of us atop a stage, a giant screen behind her as she explained how they would choose the first event. As the TV behind her lit up, it displayed a slot machine-like graphic that started spinning. This will determine the first event, the hero announced. What could it be? It landed on an image of an obstacle course. The screen then displayed the text, Obstacle Race. I sighed slightly to myself. My quirk wasn't suited for mobility, so I would probably have a tough time keeping up with the others. Depending on the rules, I could always find a way to outmaneuver them. There are no rules, no restrictions. As long as you stay within the designated course path, anything goes, the raven-haired woman declared. I smirked. This would be fun. Man, my quirk isn't the best for mobility. I can't risk using it at the start and immobilizing myself. I wonder how YN will do. I don't think her quirk can help her too much with this either. As we lined up at the start, I turned to the HC-haired girl, giving her a small smile before I noticed the countdown overhead. Start! Everyone raced through the tight archway, people shoving past one another. I found myself squeezed between two students from 1B, but I looked up in awe, holding my breath shortly after realizing the effects if I didn't. People began to drop to the floor, sound asleep, as a blue gas radiated from YN's running form. Her eyes were a crystal blue. I didn't know they changed color. They're really pretty. I shook my head, pushing through the gas as I noticed a few students using their quirks to evade it. Got it. Holding my breath, I thought, feeling the gas closing in on me. I panted heavily as I escaped the blue mist, spotting YN already in an early lead, her hair bouncing behind her as she laughed at the students she had incapacitated. She was. Izuku, stop thinking like that. As she's your rival, and you don't like her like that. Right? YN's POV. I continued to dash ahead, noticing Bakugo blasting away my smoke and Todoroki skating out of it while holding his breath. A few other students managed to escape, and some were starting to wake up. Better get ahead quicker, I thought, and then I saw it, a giant robot? There were more than just one. I hadn't considered something like this. My quirk had little effect against something non-living. The best I could do was use my agility to dismantle one and hope the others were focused on other students. I leapt onto the back of a smaller robot directly in my path, quickly finding its control panel and yanking out the wires. The hunk of metal broke down and became immobile. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed ahead beneath the legs of one of the robots, seeing more students follow. Suddenly, the giant robot I had just passed made a loud groaning noise and began to topple backward. I wouldn't make it. Just then, I felt a force pushing me forward and turned to see Izuku. I coughed at the dust surrounding us, noticing the green-haired boy also coughing. He had saved me, pushing me out of the way of the falling robot. Izuku, I exclaimed, helping him up. Thank you. He nodded, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks as I assisted him. It's no problem, Wyan. I couldn't just let you get crushed, he chuckled softly before running ahead. I felt my cheeks warm as I watched him rush off, but I shook my head and continued. I had fallen considerably behind from first place. The next obstacle was even more challenging, a rope path to cross a huge gorge. I sighed heavily, thinking, my balance is impeccable from all my training. I may not get as far ahead as some others, but I'll have a significant advantage. I rushed over to the rope and began to half-run, half-tread across, being careful despite my speed. I could still fall, and there would be nothing to catch me. I wobbled slightly on the last rope, watching Bakugo use his explosions to maneuver across easily. He nearly blasted me, and I cursed at him as he smirked. Jumping from my position, I realized I was now in 5th place, with some students passing me as I sprinted toward the final stage. A minefield. Was there no obstacle that could give me some sort of advantage with my quirk? Taking careful steps to avoid being blown away by pink smoke and sparkles, I was almost at the end and in a considerably high placement, considering my quirk wasn't suited for this type of match, when a massive explosion erupted behind me. I turned, startled. It sounded much bigger and louder than the others. What I saw next shocked me. It was Izuku using a piece of scrap metal he had apparently kept from the robots to soar through the air. By now, Todoroki and Bakugo were neck and neck for first, but Izuku managed to overtake them easily, using their faces to push off and create an explosion where they stood. I couldn't help but snicker, muttering, "You go, Izuku." Once I reached the finish line, I saw the green-haired, freckled boy panting. He had won first place, with Bakugo and Todoroki following closely behind. I could tell Bakugo was not very happy about this. I had come in 14th place, not too shabby. After all, I had made it to the next round. I walked over to Izuku, who was now beaming with happiness at his accomplishment, and wrapped an arm around him. Good job. Never knew you had it in you. I grinned at him, and the boy blushed deeply at our contact, waving his hands. It was really just luck, he insisted, but I merely laughed. My expression darkened as he turned away to talk with others. Why didn't he use his quirk? What was his quirk? After we all got a break before the next game was announced, I heard All Might's voice and stopped behind a corner, peeking out just slightly to spy. It was All Might, but he was speaking with Izuku? Suddenly, the muscular blonde man was enveloped in a cloud of smoke, and in his place stood what looked like a skeleton. He waved his arms and mentioned something about his time limit being up. I smirked to myself. So All Might wasn't as invincible as he portrayed. This would be useful information for the league. If the man had a time limit, there was a limit to how much power he could use, which meant he wasn't quite as strong as everyone believed. Before leaving my hiding spot, I heard him mention something about Izuku inheriting his power. I gasped slightly and turned the corner, seeing the skeletal All Might whip his head around. We should talk somewhere else, young Midoriya, he said quietly, leading the boy away. I chuckled softly once they were gone. So, symbol of peace. You've got your own secrets, don't you? and now I know. Izuku has one for all. And you're getting weaker by the day. I'm sure the boss will love to know this. During the entrance exam, she almost applied, but her feelings of hopelessness held her back. Izuku approached her, excitedly sharing that he had developed a quirk, but feeling betrayed, she ran off in tears. He attempted to follow, but All Might hurried him to Yue. She was soon found by Tamura, who took her captive without much resistance. All for One met her and offered her a chance to join them. In exchange for her loyalty, he promised to grant her a powerful quirk to seek revenge on those who had wronged her. She agreed without hesitation, receiving a dark quirk with incredible power. Eventually, Yue would capture her, hoping to turn her into a student and use her abilities for good. I sighed and stretched my limbs, stepping out into the open once more. Spotting Midnight on stage, I joined the students gathered before her and stood next to Izuku. "Nervous?" I whispered, and he nodded slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. "I was having a private conversation with someone, and I think someone eavesdropped." "I'm worried, it was really personal," he muttered, and I feigned concern. "Oh no. I hope everything's okay," I replied softly, feeling a mix of guilt and satisfaction. I had gathered valuable information that could aid the League. I couldn't forget that heroes were the reason I felt like a miserable villain, forced to commit crimes to survive. But I was uncertain about what I would do when the time came to betray Izuku, All Might, and everyone else. Eventually, Midnight announced that we would be participating in a cavalry battle. I sighed, realizing I might not be able to utilize my quirk effectively. However, when she added that anything goes as long as the rider didn't touch the ground, my spirits lifted. Placed 14th in the obstacle race, I didn't have a high point total, but it wasn't too low either. Then I noticed that Izuku had amassed an astonishing 10 million points. Poor boy, he would be the main target. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, I saw the other students eyeing him like hungry hawks. When Midnight instructed everyone to form groups of up to 4, I immediately approached the nervous boy, tapping his shoulder. "Izuku?" I asked, offering him a small smile. "Would you like to team up with me?" He looked as if he might burst into tears. "Really, YN? You do that even when I have the most points?" he exclaimed, and I chuckled lightly. "You'd think your real quirk is crying waterfalls," I teased, then brightened my smile further. "Of course. That's what friends are for. Plus we have to run away the whole time. I can help by putting anyone who tries to get close to sleep, if you can hold your breath." He nodded vigorously, then glanced to the side. Following his gaze, I spotted a boy with glasses, Tenya Ida, if I remembered correctly. "One moment, YN. I think I have a potential teammate that could help," he said, and I nodded as he walked off. Suddenly, I felt a sharp tap on my shoulder. Turning around, I saw a girl with pink hair, bright eyes, and an array of gear. "Excuse me," she said in a slightly nasally voice. "Are you teamed up with anyone, Sleep Gas Girl?" Her voice rose noticeably with her question, and I nodded, covering my ears slightly. "Yes, I'm teamed with Izuku Midoriya, the boy in first place," she interrupted me, a confident smirk on her face. "Let me join your team." "Huh. That's right. If I'm on the team with the first place member, people will notice my adorable gadgets. Plus, I know your sleep gas puts everyone around you to sleep, right?" I nodded slowly, intrigued. I noticed Izuku returning, and while he didn't say anything, I could tell Ida had turned him down. I placed a hand on his shoulder, giving him a reassuring squeeze and nodding toward the pink-haired girl, silently encouraging him to listen. "I have these amazing gadgets I built to filter harmful gases. They're like super advanced gas masks. When you wear them, they blow the gas back out. So your sleep gas would act like a shield for us," she explained, and I tapped my chin thoughtfully. "Sounds like a good plan to me. What do you think, Izuku?" I asked, and he nodded eagerly. "That sounds great. That way, you can use your quirk to help us, and we won't have to hold our breath." With only 5 minutes left, we still needed one more member. We didn't necessarily need another teammate, but it would help since we planned to have Izuku as the rider. He looked me in the eyes and said, "I think I know exactly who this team needs." With that, he walked off to none other than Tokoyami. I contemplated for a moment. Despite my sleep gas, we lacked offensive or defensive capabilities. I wasn't sure what Tokoyami's quirk was, but I suspected it would complement our team well. Izuku was smart, and he knew what we needed. Once midnight announced that time was up, we hoisted Izuku up, with Tokoyami in the front, me in the back left, and Mei Hatsum in the back right. We were all geared up and ready to take to the air if things got intense. I scratched my cheek, glancing around at the other teams. I heard the heroine's voice echoing across the stadium. Start! As soon as she gave the signal, people immediately chased after us. We took to the sky, and I surrounded us with sleep gas. As Hatsum promised, the gas enveloped us like a protective shield thanks to her inventions. We landed far from the other groups, and one team that tried to get close ended up incapacitated, inhaling my blue gas and allowing their rider to tumble to the ground. I smirked as I heard Tokoyami praise, "Excellent work, Thun." I nodded at him, and Mei immediately turned to Izuku, saying, "Aren't my little inventions fantastic?" "Yeah. Your inventions are amazing," the green-haired boy replied, and I looked away, feeling a pang in my chest as she exclaimed, "Thanks." What was this feeling? I shook my head slightly, muttering, "I'm the one that got that other team out." Izuku looked down at me in confusion, about to ask what I said before I cut him off. "It's nothing," I said as we continued to run. Later in the contest, we found ourselves cornered by Todoroki and his team. I noticed the boy with glasses' leg engines heating up, and I shouted, "Izuku! Watch you!" I was cut off as they rushed past us at incredible speed. I looked up at the greenette, my eyes widening. His headband was gone. "Come on! We have to win this!" I shouted at my team, and we began to run toward Todoroki. With 30 seconds left, Izuku managed to grab a headband by baiting out the half-fan half-boy. But though it ended up having too low a point value, I cursed under my breath and growled, "One more try." I gritted my teeth, and we started running again, Izuku reaching his hand out. I felt power surge from his arm. He was using one for all to bait Todoroki again. The raw energy radiating from him was intense, and as we neared the headband, we all shouted out. That is, until we heard a voice ring out across the stadium. "Time's up!" Midoriya fell to the ground, clenching his fist as he knelt down. I walked over to Mei and Tokoyami, and the bird boy explained that he had snatched another headband, assuring our victory. I walked back over as Midoriya stood up, listening closely to his words, with Mei standing next to me. "You guys, I'm so sorry I couldn't advance us." Hatsum and I exchanged smiles, pointing to Tokoyami. When he explained how Izuku's distraction had allowed him to grab another headband and secure our advancement, the poor green-haired boy burst into tears, creating a small crater beneath him. I sweat dropped, taking his hand and pulling him out of his little hole. "We won. No need to cry," I said, trying to comfort him. He nodded, blushing as I embraced him and patted his back. "Thank you, Wyan," he said, a wide smile on his face. "Good luck in the next event." I nodded, placing my hands on my hips and grinning back. "You too. I'm going to beat you," I promised. "So don't lose, got it? I want to face off against you." He grinned with determination and clenched his fist. "Got it. Same goes to you then." Walking out into the bright sun for the third time that day, I stood among the 16 remaining competitors. I looked up at the heroine as she announced the pairings for the battle tournament. My eyes scanned the screen, searching for my name. I wondered who I'd be up against. Tetsu versus Eijiro Kirishima. Katsuki Bakugo versus YNLN. My eyes widened slightly as I glanced over at the explosive boy. He was looking around for his opponent. I took a deep breath, walking over to him. "Hey, hedgehog hair. So you're the one I'm going against?" The blonde turned to me with a fierce expression and spoke in an aggressive tone. "What did you call me? I'm going to crush you." I rolled my eyes, crossing my arms. "Whatever. We'll see about that when the match starts." I matched his glare with one of my own, leaving him slightly stunned that I actually retorted as I walked away. I smirked to myself as he grit his teeth, strutting out with confidence. That was to mask how nervous I actually was. I knew I had a chance against him. I had done combat training my entire life and could dodge even the quickest of blows, countering them with my own. However, Bakugo was tricky. He seemed like a reckless fighter, but he was anything but. He planned his attacks, calculating every move. I knew this from Midoriya. He would be a dangerous opponent. But if I could get in close, or even get him to breathe in my sleep gas, I could incapacitate him and win the fight. Heading to the bleachers, I sat down next to some of my 1A classmates. Izuku was going up first, against a boy named Shinso. I had no idea what his quirk was, but I had faith in the greenette. He was strong. I smiled to myself as I saw Izuku walking onto the stage, the match beginning already. But why was I smiling at the sight of him? Ugh, silly emotions. Once the match started, I saw Shinso speaking to Midoriya. It seemed to anger the green-haired boy, as he began to run forward and yell. But suddenly, he had a blank look in his eyes. "Oh no, Izuku, wake up!" I screamed, standing up. As soon as I saw Shinso's mouth move, and Izuku walking toward the edge of the arena, I realized exactly what the purple-haired boy's quirk was. It was obvious. Brainwashing. I continued to yell down at Midoriya, watching in horror as he walked closer and closer to the edge. "Izuku, I haven't fought you yet, don't you dare lose now." I sensed an energy radiating from him, and suddenly, he was back. He was barely still in the arena. But his finger was broken. Did he break it to regain control? That seemed to infuriate Shinso. I chuckled to myself, muttering, "Go get him," as I watched Izuku absolutely dominate and slam Shinso out of bounds. Everyone cheered as Izuku stood, the winner of the match. I got up from my seat and jogged down to where I assumed his waiting room was. Since it was also my assigned waiting room, I decided I would hang out there until my match. No reason to watch anyone else's match. The green-haired boy soon entered as I predicted, and once he saw me, he ran over. "Hyn." I smiled brightly at him, pulling out a chair for him to sit in. "Hey Izuku, amazing match. Though, you did get your broken finger fixed, didn't you?" The boy laughed sheepishly, shaking his head. "No, not yet. I thought you might be here and wanted to see if you saw my match. But I guess I got my question answered for me already." He grinned brightly. "Oh my goodness. That smile. It's so precious." My cheeks flushed and I turned away slightly. "Why yeah, well, whatever. It was a good match." I felt my cheeks turn even redder. Was I seriously turning all shy over this adorable sunshine boy? I noticed that Izuku smiled, but the smile held a hint of amusement. As did his eyes. He found my actions amusing. I huffed slightly. "Hey, let's just go watch the matches, how about that?" Midoriya asked softly and I smiled back. Nodding slowly, I followed him back to the bleachers. We watched a few more matches. With each one that passed, I felt myself getting more and more nervous. Eventually, while Izuku was taking notes and mumbling over the sixth match, I left. Heading to my waiting room once again, I sat down. I sighed, my nerves getting in a jumble. It felt like my stomach was twisting. Just as the seventh match was about to end, I saw Izuku run in. "YN," he shouted, waving his notebook around. "What is it, Izuku-in?" I questioned and he flipped through his notebook, then looked up at me. "I have a strategy on how you can beat Bakugo," and I cut him off by raising a hand. "It's okay. You're truly wonderful, Izuku. But I can't rely on you for that. This is my match," I said with confidence, brushing past him and turning. "I'll see you next round." My voice was much more serious than its usual slightly cheerful tone before I headed to the stadium. Izuku's POV. "I'm really worried about Wine. Kaken won't go easy on her. In fact, if anything, he'll go harder on her for how much she challenges him. Plus, I'm pretty sure he sees her as someone fierce, as everyone does. He won't underestimate her. Oh God, please be okay, Wine. Don't get hurt too badly." I silently prayed in my head as I saw her form walking out onto the stage. Time for our eighth and final match for the first round. Coming up to the stage we have the elegant young lady with a fierce spirit. It's YNLN. Present Mike cried out, and everyone in the stands cheered, me included. Go get him YN. I shouted, hearing my classmates cheer her on. Yeah, beat him down. You got this LN. Show that jerkface what you're made of. After that, I saw Kaken walking out onto the stage with a fierce expression. And next up we have the explosive boy, her classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. More cheers, though a bit less than when YN headed up. I heard Mineta shout behind me, beat her clothes off, Bakugo. I glared at him, and he quickly quieted down. I turned back to watch the match, feeling a mix of emotions. I saw YN standing there. She really was so elegant. Beautiful. I turned beet red. What was I saying? She's just a classmate. And why was I mad at Mineta for that? I usually ignore his comments. I need to focus on the match. I don't like her like that. Your POV. I stretched my arms as I heard Present Mike announce the two of us, preparing. As soon as I heard him scream, start. I instantly sent out a huge cloud of white gas, effectively creating a smokescreen. I rushed in, prepared to cover his nose and activate my sleeping gas so he'd have no choice but to breathe it in. My eyes widened as Bakugo began to use explosions to blow away the smoke. One of them hit me and I stumbled, brushing off the dust from my face and coughing. Gotta think about this. He's creating more of a smokescreen for me if he blows away my smoke too, so I have an advantage. If worse comes to worst and I can't get in close, I can just let off a last resort mega cloud of blue smoke, I thought. But if he keeps blasting me away, gah! I cried out as I felt an explosion hit the side of my face, sending me off to the side. I stood up wearily, seeing the boy approaching. I thought you did a ton of martial arts or something. Why don't you show me that instead of your weak quirk? I growled and wiped the blood from my nose. He was getting serious? Then so was I. I smirked, standing tall. I ran into some smoke, hearing Bakugo exploding it to find me, cursing me out. Removing my P uniform jacket and revealing my tank top underneath, I sent it at him, swiftly. Making my way behind him, I saw him blow it up and rushed in, blue smoke already forming in my palm. Before I could even touch him, he reacted and blew me away again, sending me tumbling. I stumbled a bit, unable to get up. I had to rest. But Bakugo had stopped. I heard booing? My ears were still ringing slightly, but he was getting chewed out by the crowd. Were they booing because he wasn't sending me out? Do they think I'm that weak? I'll show them. I stood up once more, smirking at Bakugo. You haven't seen anything yet? I spoke, and the boy looked at me questioningly, aggression still on his face. I took a deep breath, and my eyes glowed a bright pale blue. I moved my arms out to the sides and let out my best battle cry, blue smoke exploding from my body and surrounding him like a tornado. Raging smoke cyclone. He would have to breathe it in now. For good measure, I would rush in and prepare to throw him out of the ring. I won. As I ran in, though, he did something I could have never expected. He let off the most monstrous explosion I've ever seen or felt, sending all of the blue gas away, and me flying with it. I hit the ground and skidded, lying on my side. This couldn't be it. I grit my teeth, feeling more battered than I ever have. I looked up at him with an intense glare, though I was faltering. No. I let out a hoarse whisper, feeling blood trickle from multiple wounds across my body. I definitely had burns all over as well. This isn't over, I wheezed, coughing up smoke, a sign that I had reached my limit. I got back up one last time and faced Bakugo, who was coming at me with explosions. He seemed a bit more strained. I reached my hands out and expelled a bit more blue smoke before I stumbled and crashed to the ground. I cursed, trying to drag myself toward him. I can't lose. My vision started to fade. Izuku wouldn't have given up. Neither can I. I can't lose like this. I can't. Izuku's POV. I watched in horror, anger, fear, and worry as Midnight walked over to YN, signaling for Kaken to stop while she checked on her. YN had fought so hard, managing to push Kaken to some kind of limit. If she hadn't reached her own, she would have been able to finish him off. I felt angry that Kaken would go so far, angry at how much YN had been hurt, and frustrated by how little I could do. I saw the girl's hand twitch. I prayed that she would get up, but I also hoped she would stay down and not injure herself further. Ida murmured, "Poor girl," to himself, but I couldn't respond. Ochako was frozen in shock as YN's body seemed to tremble one last time before she stopped moving. Midnight stood up. "YN is out of commission," she said in an almost disappointed tone. "Bakugo is the winner." Everyone in the audience cheered for the blonde-haired boy, who let out a frustrated sound and exited the stadium. I was worried sick for YN. Not only had she sustained injuries from Kaken, but she had pushed herself to the limit of her quirk as well. That last move had been incredible. I pushed myself up from my seat and ran to the nurse's office, hearing Ida and Ochako call for me, along with some of the other students. When I got there, YN was already in bed. Recovery girl was standing there, turning to look at me. "You know, the girl pushed herself because she admired you," she said, her voice tinged with sadness. "She wanted to win just like you always seem to do." She woke up for a brief moment to tell me. I covered my mouth, feeling tears well up. "I inspired her? Go now. You've got a match soon," Recovery girl murmured. "I need to perform surgery." "Surgery?" I cried out, trying to rush over to YN, but the short medic stopped me. "She'll be fine, Midoriya. Her lungs are damaged due to excessive quirk usage and breathing in too much of her own smoke. She needs surgery to fix them. I'll make sure she's okay." I reluctantly nodded, leaving her behind. When I heard that she had taken all those blasts and tried so hard because I inspired her, I realized something important. I deny it, but I can't anymore. I have feelings for that beautiful, kind, caring girl. She's so confident and radiates positivity. She's super funny and has a great sense of humor, but most of all, she's there for me. No, I love YNLN. I woke up what seemed like a few hours later, seeing the bright white ceiling above me. Nearly my entire body was bandaged, and it ached in every possible spot. My muscles were sore, my skin felt like little needles were still pricking it, and I had a massive headache. I groaned, unable to hear much but able to see just fine. I saw a mop of green hair next to my bedside, hearing muffled words. My hearing slowly came back, and I definitely heard Midoriya's voice. "Izudaku?" I rasped out, and his eyes widened from what I could tell. Hold on, YN, I'll get recovery girl. She needs to know you're awake." He spoke in a worried tone, calling for the elderly woman. He then turned back to me. "Are you feeling okay?" I sighed, my voice still raspy from overusing my quirk. "I think I damaged my lungs and my entire body aches. Probably from the explosions." I laughed softly, trying to smile at him. "I'll live. Recovery girl can patch me up some more." The woman walked in with her walking stick, heading to the bedside immediately. "How are you feeling, dearie?" "Well, I hurt all over. But I feel much better than during the battle, of course." I gave her a half smile, and she sighed. "Never push your quirk like that again. You almost suffered permanent damage to your lungs, and you sustained multiple burns and cuts from that fight." Recovery girl scolded, lightly tapping my arm with her stick. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I will have to perform surgery on you to fully fix your lungs," she murmured, and Izuku became visibly panicked at this. "Wait, surgery? You have to perform surgery on her?" he asked worriedly, rushing over to me again. I grinned up at him. "Hey, I'm a tough cookie, Izuku-kun. I can handle it," I said reassuringly, watching as recovery girl prepared. "All right, dearie, I'm going to put you under." "I'll be done soon," she said, and I nodded, feeling a small prick in my arm before I drifted off. I woke up maybe an hour later, but recovery girl wasn't in my room. No one was there except a hooded figure sitting in the chair next to me. But I could recognize that mop of blue hair anywhere. "Tamura, what are you doing here? You're going to get yourself captured." "Calm down. I'm here to check on your progress. I've been watching. The green-haired brat seems really powerful." I didn't see him do much in any of the rounds. I tapped my chin when Tamura interrupted. You were in surgery while he faced off against the boy with the half-white hair. He created such intense wind pressure with just a flick of his finger, easily shattering the kid's ice. It reminded me of All Might, and it frustrated me. I froze slightly at the mention of All Might. There was no way he knew about Izuku being All Might's successor, did he? And if he didn't, did I really want to reveal Izuku's secret to him? He was my only friend. Now tell me, did you learn anything useful at all? He hissed, growing impatient. Speak before the old woman returns, and I have to pretend to be friendly. I hesitated, considering what to share. Tamura wasn't pleased when he didn't get results quickly, so I needed to come up with something, maybe a lie or irrelevant information to make him leave me alone. What was I thinking? I should just reveal it now. I'm a villain, why should I care what happens to him? I found out that the boy with the half-white hair is Endeavor's son and that All Might is weakening. That's all I have for now. The blue-haired man glared at me but stood up, shoving his pale hands back into his pockets. It's something, but it's not good enough. Find out more and fast, he ordered, and I sighed and nodded. With that, he left, apparently managing to avoid anyone on his way back to the bar we were staying at, as the hallway was silent. I let out a sigh, feeling a wave of guilt wash over me. He had told me about Izuku's match against Todoroki, meaning I had missed it. I really wanted to cheer him on. I shook my head, realizing I needed to rest. But just as I was about to settle down, I noticed someone with familiar green hair being brought in on a stretcher. No way! What happened to Izuku out there? I jumped out of bed despite the pain in my abdomen and rushed over to him. Izuku! Izuku, are you okay? Oh my god, wake up, what happened? I panicked slightly, reaching for his hand when I saw his arm bruised and clearly injured. I covered my mouth in shock. Oh my god. Recovery girl, what happened to him? I asked the woman who had just entered and gently pushed me back. She sighed. He shattered the bones in his arm and broke the other. He overused his quirk again. If Midoriya keeps this up, he could face permanent damage. I stared at her, wanting to rush back to the unconscious boy, but Recovery Girl wouldn't let me. Dearie, please go rest. You're still not fully recovered, and by standing so suddenly, you risk harming your lungs again. I need to perform surgery on him. I sighed shakily, feeling tears welling in my eyes as I laid back down, trying to rest. But I couldn't shake the worry I felt for him. For Izuku. Later, after Recovery Girl finished with the surgery and left, I got up again. I walked to his bedside and sat down in a chair, resting my head on Izuku's chest. Please, get better quickly, Izuku-san. I mumbled, finally drifting off to sleep. I woke up with my head in Izuku's lap, who was stirring slightly. Blushing wildly, I sat up quickly and backed away a little. Yn, what are you doing here? Izuku asked as he opened his eyes fully, blinking a bit as he looked at me. Well, you got really hurt, which I'm very upset about. I huffed, crossing my arms and puffing up my cheeks. But I was also worried. You can't overwork your body like that or it'll break. Permanently. Well, I know that now, the green-haired boy said. Recovery Girl mentioned that I got these scars on my hand from overdoing it. They're permanent. I instantly grabbed his hand, inspecting how it was now slightly crooked, and as Izuku had said, there were scars on his hand and arm. I spent the next while scolding Izuku for his reckless behavior, and once I had expressed everything I needed to, I sat down at his bedside and sighed a long sigh. I'm sorry, Izuku. What are you sorry for? I know you really wanted to win the sports festival to prove yourself. I'm sorry you had to go out like this, especially after sacrificing so much. He placed a hand on my shoulder, his uninjured one, and said softly, It's okay, Yn. I'm really not as upset as I thought I'd be. I helped Todoroki realize an important part about himself, and that has satisfied any desire to win. In my books, getting through to him was just as good as a sports festival win. He smiled brightly at me, and I nearly had to squint at how radiant he was. So pure. I managed to squeak out, but I shook my head and instead embraced him in a hug. I'm proud of you, Izuku. It's much more admirable to help someone out than to chase your own goals, And it takes a lot of kindness too, I said, giving him a smile in return. The boy turned tomato red suddenly and covered his face, and I tilted my head in confusion. What's wrong? Nothing, he shouted, waving his hand slightly. I laughed a little, patting him gently on the back. Get some more rest, Izuku-kun. I'll talk to you later, okay? I said with another soft smile, getting up from my seat on his bedside and heading over to the door. But why shouldn't you be resting too? I know you got hurt, but you need to take care of yourself, he said, worry evident in his voice and eyes as he looked up at me. It wouldn't be good to hurt anything again. I waved my hands dismissively at his concern, stretching out my limbs. I only felt a dull pain in my body, so I figured it was fine. Nah, don't worry about me. My ankle is fine now, and I only feel a little discomfort from everything. I'll be okay. He nodded, still looking slightly worried as I backed out the door and walked down the hall. He was sweet for worrying. I can't be thinking that way. He's still the enemy despite how kind he is. It's a front. He's just trying to be a hero, like all those other fakes. I kept making excuses in my head, trying to convince myself, but none of them ever seemed to work. I watched as YN walked out the door, sighing and laying back on my cot in the medical bay. She was so strong and brave, standing up even after being blasted by Kaken. She faced him head-on with no fear, and she nearly won. I still couldn't get over my irritation with my explosive childhood friend. He had hurt YN so badly in the battle. He couldn't even hold back a little. While watching the battle, I remember wanting to get down there and get YN out of the way of his blasts. I wanted to help her so badly. It's not that I was underestimating her. She's powerful and can definitely hold her own. She showed everyone that in the fight. Her quirk was just a poor matchup against someone who could blow it away with one explosion. I watched as Kaken sent YN flying once again, seeing her skid on the rough ground, cuts and bruises all over her. I grit my teeth, clenching my fists as I felt my nails digging into my palms while I heard Mick's voice. And with another huge explosion, Bakugo sends LN through the air once again. The poor girl. Still, she stood back up. Over and over again. I was secretly hoping that she would just lie down and give Kaken the win, but that's not who she is. YN keeps fighting no matter what. That's just a quality that makes her amazing. I watched as she unleashed an incredible cloud of white smoke, blinding everyone. But what caught my attention more was the pained and strained yell she let out as she did. It must have hurt her to overdo her quirk like that. She must be planning to put her hand to Kaken's nose and force him to inhale her sleep gas. I muttered, and Ochako nodded, also on the edge of her seat. Ida, despite usually being calm, seemed to be worried for YN as well. I noticed a figure moving towards some small explosions trying to blast away the smoke. She's going to do it, she's gonna win. My thoughts were cut off as an enormous explosion cut through the smoke, sending it into the air to dissipate. The female figure I saw rushing Kaken was also sent back. No! YN crashed to the ground, her body sliding across the rocky floor of the arena. She was bruised and battered, and I never wanted to help her more in that moment. She still tried her best to pull herself off the ground. Kaken got ready to strike her again, but YN's eyes were dull. She wasn't going to be able to do it. Midnight walked over and placed a hand on the girl's back, asking her if she was okay while holding up a hand to stop Kaken from attacking again. Then, the dreaded words came from Midnight's mouth. The words I wished I didn't have to hear. LN is unable to continue fighting. Bakugo is the winner. I rushed to Recovery Girl's office immediately, where I saw YN already lying on the bed after being carried off the stage, bruises and burns covering her skin. I hope she doesn't continue to push herself too hard. I just want her to be happy and healthy, and become the hero she aspires to be. Little does Midoriya know, you don't want to become a hero at all. Chapter end. Get ready for some fun. You and your friends are going on a trip. Your POV. As I gathered a few clothing items into a duffel bag, including a swimsuit and other travel necessities, I smiled at Tamura. Don't worry, it's just a quick 2-day weekend trip. I'll be back in time for any missions. Plus, girls tend to share a lot. I bet I could gather some useful information. Whatever you say, he muttered, giving me a slight glare. Just don't get too distracted. I nodded, finishing up my packing and heading out the door. I walked over to you, even though it was a Friday after school, to meet the girls. Momo waved me over and I joined them. Are you all ready for a nice, relaxing vacation? I exclaimed, raising my hands in excitement. We all cheered, and Yamamo chimed in. I'm having my chauffeur bring us a limo so we can ride there comfortably, she said with a bright smile, clapping her hands together. My eyes widened, and everyone gasped in awe. Wow, Yamamo! Your family has it all. Yeah, how wealthy are you? Are there snacks in the limo? All the girls turned to me after I asked about the food, and we burst into giggles. This is really nice. I need to focus. This is a small vacation to gather intel on UA. But that doesn't mean I can't enjoy myself with them a little bit. We continued chatting and laughing until a fancy black limo slowed to a stop in front of the school. We all oot and he at the sight as a man in a suit stepped out to open the door for us. Well, let's go, Momo said, and we all piled in, continuing our lively conversation. Mineta's POV. I watched as the girls from our class entered Yayarozu's limo and turned to Kaminari. Usually, I'd say we should keep this to ourselves. But it would be cruel not to tell the other guys when such a rare opportunity presents itself. We should be courteous to our fellow men after all, I said with a small laugh. Kaminari nodded, placing a hand on his chin. It would be cruel indeed. Let's text them to meet us here now. I overheard the girls, I smirked. They're going to the Sakura Hot Springs Resort about an hour away from here. We should be able to get a ride somehow. My electrical friend nodded, and we began texting the guys one by one. There was no way we were going to miss out on seeing our female classmates. Izuku's POV. I was lying in bed, staring up at one of my All Might posters when I felt my phone buzz. I sat up and saw a text from Mineta. Mineta Midoriya, meet me and Kaminari at the front of the school. I sighed at his terrible spelling but texted back anyway. Okay, I'll be there and what's going on? Midoriya. Mineta, we have a surprise for the guys, winky face. I'm worried about what that surprise is. Midoriya. Mineta, just come quick. I sighed again, grabbed my things, and headed over. When I arrived, I saw some of the other guys already there, including Kaminari and Mineta. What is this all about, Mineta, Kaminari? Ida questioned, making his usual wild hand motions. Did you summon us here for training, perhaps? The two exchanged mischievous grins, and I felt a wave of worry. Why did I have a feeling this was something inappropriate they wanted us to be a part of? Well, I was thinking we could take a guy's vacation. Mineta announced suddenly, and we were all instantly surprised. Just to hang out and take a much-needed break. We booked a place at the Sakura Hot Springs. I hope that beneath this surprisingly good intent, you're not bringing us to a hot springs to see girls? Ida said, glaring at the two. They shook their heads, and I could almost see the little halos appearing over their heads. No, sir. We only want to get away for a weekend trip. The Ravenettes sighed but nodded. I suppose we could. Do we have a bus taking us there? I thought about that too. How could the two of them have possibly arranged a ride? Mineta gave us a thumbs up. Taken care of, my fellow men. Slowly, all the guys arrived at the campus. Even Kaken. Kirishima had to convince him to come, but we explained the plan, and all the guys except Kaken. We're in. Kirishima managed to persuade him to join us, though. After we all left to gather our things for the trip, we met back at the campus where we saw a huge bus. Kaminari smirked. I saved up my allowance and got us a party bus. Let's go. Everyone piled into the bus, and I sat down at one of the window seats, looking outside. I hoped this would be a good way to take our minds off everything else happening. Your POV. I stretched and stepped off the bus, the girls following. It was around noon now, and we noticed a guy walking out to greet us. He gave us a bright smile. Hello, ladies. I assume you are under the Yayarozu reservation? We have a party suite ready for you all, along with snacks and drinks in the room and a private section of the hot springs. We all gaped at Momo again and she smiled. Yes. I am Momo Yayarozu. I'll go check us in. With that, she walked inside and the guy turned back to us. Shall I take your things to your room? I imagine you ladies don't want to carry that to the top floor, he said, bringing forth a baggage trolley. We all handed him our bags and thanked him before heading inside after Momo. She turned around just as we caught up to her, smiling. I've checked us in. We're on floor 10, suite 10-00. It takes up the entire floor with separate rooms for each of us. We all cheered again as we headed up in the elevator, chatting animatedly. Once we settled down and enjoyed some snacks and drinks, the bellhop brought us our luggage and we unpacked in our separate rooms. By that time, it was later in the afternoon, nearing evening. Hey, how about we all head down to the hot springs? Toru suggested, and we all nodded in agreement, grabbing our towels and flip-flops. Once everyone was ready, we made our way to the secluded hot springs, hanging up our towels and stepping into the warm water. I dipped my foot in tentatively, testing the temperature. Wow, it feels amazing, I said, eventually leaving my towel behind as I sank into the soothing water. The other ladies hummed in agreement, and I let out a contented sigh. This was so relaxing. Though, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Oh well, probably nothing. Izuku's POV. We had arrived at the hotel, but I could have sworn I caught a glimpse of YN's hair. It must have just been someone else. We checked in and got a few different rooms for everyone. Once we settled in, Mineta suggested we head to the hot springs. All the guys agreed, and we headed downstairs to the steamy pools. However, Mineta seemed to have other plans. He kept his towel on and approached a wooden wall, peering through a hole. I knew it. The angels of Class 1A are all here. I gaped at him. Ida stood up immediately, wading through the water. Mineta! That is absolutely disgraceful and disrespectful to the girls. How could you plan this trip with the sole purpose of spying on our female classmates? I walked over, glaring at Mineta. Some of the guys joined me. He was spying on YN too. I grabbed his shoulder. Mineta! That's wrong. Stop it right in. I paused when I glanced to the side. It was YN, her towel off. I felt myself stumble backward, my face heating up as Ida yelled and rushed to my side before I could fall. Midoriya. Mido.ria. M.ya. His calls faded as I lost consciousness from the shock. Your POV. I heard yelling from the hot springs next door. Is that Ida's voice? And Midoriya? And... I paused, noticing a shadow peeking through a hole in the wood. I grabbed my towel, stood up, and walked inside. I'll be right back, I said with a hint of seriousness to the girls, who nodded, slightly apprehensive. I headed to the other hot springs where I heard the voices of our male classmates and that awful pervert. When I arrived, many of the guys let out noises of alarm or embarrassment, covering themselves or their eyes. I didn't care. Hey, geez LN. If you wanted a good time you could have I cut him off by poking him in the nose, watching him squirm before I withdrew my fingers. I then turned to the other boys with a sweet smile. Hello boys, can you tell me what Mineta is doing? My voice was deceptively sweet, and they all cowered slightly at my tone. Except for Bakugo, of course. I noticed Midoriya on the floor, looking pale. He was obviously unconscious. I walked over to Ida, who was next to him. Ida, what happened to Izuku? Ichi. Oh. Even the usually talkative boy seemed at a loss for words. He accidentally saw you while trying to stop Mineta from spying on you. I instantly turned red, glaring at Mineta. He laughed sheepishly and I grabbed his arm, giving him a swift kick. You grape-haired pervert. I have half a mind to send you flying to the next continent. I yelled, my voice filled with fury. Once he doubled over in pain, I turned back to the other boys with a sickeningly sweet smile. By then, Midoriya had woken up, turning as red as I was earlier upon seeing me again, but I didn't let that stop me from warning the guys. We'll be closing that hole up now. Tell Mineta if he tries anything again, I will make sure he regrets it. I mean that. My expression turned serious. And that goes for anyone else who attempts to spy. With that, I walked back to my own hot springs, where the girls greeted me with cheers, having heard what happened. I smiled sheepishly. Sorry about that. Had to put a stop to the schemes before they began. Don't worry about it, Ochako said with a smile, patting my shoulder. Yeah, you gave him what he deserved. Mina quipped. Honestly, that little pervert had it coming, Momo chimed in, creating a plaster to cover the hole and checking for any others. Now we can relax. I giggled and nodded, sinking back into the water and enjoying my time with my friends. Your POV. We continued to enjoy our vacation, paying no mind to the boys as we indulged in everything the hotel had to offer. Most of our time was spent in the hot springs. They were absolutely heavenly. It relieved so much stress and tension. We all loved to just lay back and enjoy the warm water. Over the weekend, we gossiped as girls do, discussing various topics. Just in case any of the guys were trying to listen in, Jair had made sure to keep speakers ready to blast heavy metal, drowning out any chance of eavesdropping. That was something we all thanked her for, especially me, though I also wished it kept the girls from hearing what I was about to confess. A bit earlier, I leaned my head back, sighing as the warm water enveloped me. Over to Mina, who had suddenly stopped chatting. Instead of seeing her a few feet away, I found her right in front of me. I jumped back slightly, startled by her sudden appearance. Mina, what the heck? Sorry, Wyan, but the ladies and I have been dying to know. Suddenly, all the girls, even Yamamo and Jairu, surrounded me, asking in unison, do you have a crush on anyone? I immediately turned red, a certain someone coming to mind. Oh, of course not, that's ridiculous. I spoke shakily, shaking my head at them. I've got to focus on becoming a hero, not finding a boyfriend. Well, that doesn't mean you can't at least have a crush. Plus, your face totally turned red when we mentioned it. Spill! Mina exclaimed, shaking my shoulders. I gently pushed her back, laughing nervously. Aha, I. All the girls looked at me expectantly, perched on the edges of their seats. I giggled shakily, pointing a finger. Jairu. Don't you have a crush on Kaminari? You two hang out a lot. She turned crimson, waving her earphone jacks along with her hands. And no, he's just a doofus I hang out with to pick on, she exclaimed, covering her face. We all started to tease her slightly at her reaction, but it was short-lived as Mina turned back to me. Nice try changing the subject. You're the mystery girl here. We've all had our girl gossip about crushes for the most part. Now it's your turn to spill the beans. She threw her hands up, and everyone else nodded in agreement. I sighed, covering my cherry-red face. But you ladies cannot tell anyone else. Especially him. Momo nodded first, smiling and placing a hand on my shoulder. Of course we wouldn't tell Yn. We may tease you around him from time to time. I glared at her, and the girls giggled. But we would never bluntly tell him. That would break the women's code, she said with dignity, patting my shoulder reassuringly. I nodded at all of them and groaned. Fine. I like Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. Mina's eyes widened, as did the other girls. Her mouth dropped open, and I was certain even Jairu's loud music couldn't cover what she exclaimed as soon as she recovered from shock. YNLN likes Izuku Midori. I quickly slapped a hand over her mouth, shushing her as fast as I could. Mina. Girl code. I screamed, my face practically on fire as I noticed silence from the guys' end. We could usually hear them talking a little, but now it was completely quiet. Jairu even stopped her music so we could listen if they heard. I whisper-screamed to Mina, great. You probably heard that, and now it's gonna be all awkward, and I didn't really even realize the girls were chattering about my newly revealed crush until I stopped my furious rant at Mina. Midoriya? I honestly expected Bakugo. What? No way, Bakugo was rude to her at the festival, remember? Well, he wasn't rude per se, he just challenged her pretty harshly. But still, her spunk matches his. Maybe she's into softies? Maybe she's the dominant one. Girls. I cried out, waving my hands. Listen, the guys are silent. I bet they heard. I wailed, slapping my hands on my cheeks. Ochako came over and rubbed my back. Hey, It's okay YN. I'm sure they didn't hear. Actually, we heard everything. We heard Bakugo's muffled voice from the other side, and I froze. I grabbed a towel, wrapping it around myself. I'm going to go inside and think. I muttered, rushing off. I heard my friends telling me to wait, but I couldn't help but head to my room, hiding my face in shame. I couldn't believe it. Izuku had heard all that, and now I'd lose my best friend, and… Why is everything so complicated with love? I sighed heavily, grabbing some clothes and tossing them on. I was in the middle of braiding my hair when I heard a knock that interrupted my thoughts. Hey, Dylan. You decent? I heard a gruff voice, instantly recognizing it as Bakugo's. I nodded, but then realized he couldn't see my nod. Hello. I heard the voice again, and this time I called back. Why yeah, I'm good. I said. Come in. Bakugo entered, closing the door softly and motioned towards my bed as if asking permission to sit next to me. I was shocked. Bakugo was being polite? To me? I'm one of his rivals. Listen, he said forcefully, though with a hint of softness. Before you freak out and go into an emotional breakdown, Deku was inside while Mina revealed your crush. So he didn't hear a thing. My eyes widened and I gasped. It really? Yeah, really. So don't worry so much about the incident, okay? He spoke, looking me in the eyes. I wiped my eyes slightly and nodded. Thanks for letting me know. Phew. That saves me a lot of grief. Also, he probably likes you back anyway. You shouldn't be worrying. Stop overthinking and open your eyes. I looked at him, extremely bewildered. What? He never stops talking about you. He's always saying things like, YN's so amazing, YN's so talented, so chances are he likes you back. So don't be clueless and ask him out. With that, Katsuki stood up, heading to the door again. Bakugo, wait. I said, seeing him open the door. He turned around and grunted questioningly. Thanks again. You're… Sorry for calling you Hedgehog a lot. I laughed sheepishly and gave him a small smile. I didn't even notice his pale cheeks turn pink for a split second before he turned again. Whatever, is all he said before exiting. I smiled at the doorway, flopping back on my bed. Maybe Bakugo and I could go from rivals to friends. I stopped myself, a pang of guilt hitting me as I remembered my purpose. Scratch that thought. And scratch asking Izuku out like Bakugo said. I said to myself, burying my face into my pillow. For once in my life, I actually wished I could be a normal girl who grew up idolizing heroes like everyone else. A normal girl who came to UA, not to spy for villains but to stop villains. Maybe then I'd be able to have real friends. Maybe even a relationship. It's no use thinking about that now though. My mission still isn't over, and once it is, once I gather enough intel, I'll be back to just Lady Toxic. Not YN. Not LN. Not NN. Just Lady Toxic. That was really nice, I thought, sighing in relief at the memory of our relaxing vacation. Of course, there was that moment when Mina almost revealed my crush to the entire class, but we don't talk about that. I sat up with a heave as Tamura tossed my heavy backpack onto my stomach. I looked over at him, irritation bubbling up. What was that for, Tamura? Beth? Glaring. He rolled his eyes and pointed at the clock above the doorframe. You're late for UA, you know. My eyes widened as I glanced at the clock, jumping up and quickly throwing on my uniform. I grabbed my backpack and dashed out the door, only to backtrack slightly when Kurojairi offered me a piece of toast. Thanks, Giri. You're the best. I shouted, hearing him chuckle as I shoved the toast into my mouth and jogged to school. Fortunately, I made it to class 1A just in time for the first bell, and Mr. Aizawa wasn't there yet. I hurried over to my desk, sat down quickly, and started eating my toast slowly. Just as I was finishing, Mr. Aizawa stepped into the classroom. Were you almost late again, LN? Maybe. I replied, my cheeks warming slightly. Doesn't matter, you're here now, he said, pulling out sheets of paper and starting to write on the chalkboard. He didn't speak until he was finished, tapping the chalk against the board. These are the offers you all received after the sports festival. You'll all be doing internships with pro heroes for 1 week starting next Monday, regardless of whether or not you got an offer. I looked up and saw Bakugo and Todoroki at the top of the list, as expected. I was surprised to see that no one had made offers to Izuku. He had incredible power, though I suppose he does have to hurt himself to use it. Suddenly, I spotted a particular name with the number 12 next to it, my name. I couldn't believe some people actually offered for me. Aizawa continued, those of you who received offers have to choose from the agencies that wanted you. For those of you who got 10 or fewer offers or didn't receive any, you can choose any agency that will take you. Make your decisions by Friday. Class dismissed. I grabbed a paper from him and scanned it, spotting a familiar name, Edgeshot's agency. He was my top rival, as both of our quirks were stealth-like. If I interned with him, I could learn from him and use it against him later. Smirking to myself, I circled his agency and packed up my papers, waiting for our next class. I looked around the classroom, observing my classmates deep in thought about their internships. Then I spotted a familiar mop of green hair and bounced over to it. Hey, Izuku. I haven't talked to you in a while. I called out and he looked up, startled. When Izuku realized it was me, he instantly turned red and covered his face. Confused, I poked his arm. What's going on, Aizu? He peeked at me through his arms, then squeezed his eyes shut again. It's just the trip. Never mind, he squeaked out, and I felt my own cheeks heat up. I patted his back gently. Aizu-kun, it's fine. I know it was an accident that you saw me. I don't blame you for any of that. I spoke softly, then shot a glare at a certain grape sitting behind Midoriya. The tiny boy shuddered and looked away, returning to his conversation with Kaminari. Let's just move on from it, okay? I said, rubbing his back to comfort him. He nodded slowly, still blushing as he removed his face from his arms. YYN? Yeah, Izuku? What are you doing? I blushed deeply as I realized I was leaning against him slightly, my hand rubbing small circles on his back. And my face was really close to his. I didn't mean to, sorry, ow. I waved my hands in embarrassment, shouting as I fell back into a desk and hit my head. Owie! I groaned, rubbing the spot on my head that had collided with the desk. Izuku immediately helped me up, and I brushed myself off. That looked like it hurt. Are you okay, YN? He asked, concern etched on his face. I shook my head but smiled. You're so sweet, Aizu. I'm fine though. I laughed, putting the desk back in place. He still looked slightly worried, but I patted his shoulder again. Anyway, it's almost time for our next class. Talk to you at lunch. He nodded and I grinned back, giving him a thumbs up. I sat back down at my desk, running a hand through my hair. Then, Present Mike walked into the class and began teaching. The bell rang for lunch and I groaned. Oh my gosh, I'm starving. I shouted, running out the door to the cafeteria, ignoring Midnight's shouts telling me to slow down. Once I made it, I grabbed a plate full of food from Lunch Rush and sat down, digging in as if I hadn't eaten in weeks. I didn't even notice when Izuku sat down across from me until I heard his laugh. What's so funny? I asked with my mouth full, glancing up. You're eating like you haven't eaten in forever. Slow down, YN, Izuku said, patting my back. I swallowed and grinned sheepishly. Huh? Sorry about that. Anyway, do you know who you're going to do an internship with? I'm going to one with Edgeshot. He shrugged. I'm not entirely sure yet, since I didn't get any offers. It was then that All Might popped up around the corner. Young Midoriya. May I speak with you? He boomed, and Izuku looked at me as if asking if that was okay. I waved him off, smiling but still feeling a bit annoyed with All Might. I continued eating, wondering why Midoriya had been gone with All Might for so long. Shrugging it off, I walked back to class. Being a ninja, the pro hero had his agency located in a more secretive area, so we decided to patrol a random city since there wasn't much to monitor back at the agency's location. As the vehicle traveled along the rickety tracks, I thought back to the beginning of my internship. Flashback. So, you've chosen my agency to intern at. A wise decision, really. Your quirk seems to have much to do with stealth. You would make an excellent sidekick, Edgeshot said, looking down at some papers. I internally cringed at the thought of being my arch-nemesis's sidekick. Never in a million years. He looked up at me, tapping his chin in thought. I decided to break the silence. Yes, my quirk is definitely best for stealth. I could use it to help citizens escape from an active villain, I said as professionally as I could, though I felt a bit uneasy. Edgeshot nodded and continued. Your quirk? It's similar to a villain I've been trying to capture for years. Are you familiar with Lady Toxic, or perhaps related to her? He asked. I froze slightly but maintained my composure. I can't say I am, sir, but I've been told my quirk is similar to hers many times, I replied, feigning disappointment as if the topic affected my pride. He looked away. I apologize. I shouldn't assume. There are many similar quirks, and that doesn't mean you're connected to such a notorious villain. You have more neutral and healing abilities than harmful ones, unlike her. A forced smile appeared on my lips. Thank you, sir. I've just heard that so many times. I can understand why people might think that. Edgeshot then introduced me to his sidekicks, discussing stealth strategies and what to do in various situations. He mentioned that we would be patrolling a city on Wednesday for me to practice. Flashback over. Eventually, the train came to a sudden halt. I jumped slightly and looked over at Edgeshot. Are we there already? I asked, glancing out the window. It doesn't look like we're at a station. Perhaps there's been an issue, he mused. I nodded, just as a woman's voice came over the intercom. Please remain seated and calm. The train will continue its path shortly. Suddenly, a crash echoed from a few cars ahead. Alarmed, I stood up, seeing Edgeshot do the same. Stay here, he commanded, but I rolled my eyes and followed him anyway. I needed to see what was happening. Sir, this experience will be beneficial for me. I want to see what's wrong. He sighed but nodded, and we approached a large hole in the next cabin along with a Nomu. My eyes widened in disbelief. Tamura hadn't mentioned any attacks. What if this Nomu harmed me like the last one? I spotted an old man in bright yellow boots slam into the Nomu and noticed Izuku sitting nearby. I rushed over. Izuku, what's happening? I asked frantically. He looked just as surprised to see me. I don't know. That Nomu just burst through the side of the train, and we have to go after it. I yelled, hopping out and running along the street. I turned a corner and glanced back, seeing Izuku following me. I suppressed a smile as I focused ahead. I turned another corner, not hearing my green-haired companion call out to me. I saw the old man in bright yellow. Rocket boots? Battling another Nomu. Izuku caught up to me, looking at the scene. Gran Torino, he shouted as the man kicked the Nomu again before leaping over. Darn it, boy. I told you to stay on the train earlier, the old man said, his voice filled with frustration. He then turned to me. Who's that girl? Your girlfriend? Both of us turned red, and Izuku waved his hands in front of his face. And no, Gran Torino, it's not like that. We quickly regained our focus as we noticed the Nomu approaching. I released some gas at it, hoping it would work since these ones seemed weaker. The Nomu waved at the gas and slowly approached me. Watch out! Gran Torino shouted, but I stood frozen. The Nomu halted when it saw me and turned away, walking off. I was confused. Were these Nomu programmed to recognize me as a friend? Why did it? Midoriya questioned, but then realization crossed his face. Wine, we need to find Ida. He's going after the hero killer. The hero killer, Stain, who hurt Ingenium, Ida's brother. My eyes widened. Let's go. We ran off, but I didn't notice Gran Torino's concerned gaze behind us. Gran Torino's POV. I must warn Midoriya when we get back to my house. That girl is trouble. She has to be working with the villains. That Nomu looked her straight in the eyes and left her alone, going after others instead. It must be programmed to see her as a friend. Izuku's POV. As YN and I dashed through the alleyways, I spotted it. Ida was below the hero killer, in grave danger. I activated full cowl and rushed in, knocking him away just in time. Don't worry, Ida. YN ran over to my side, her gas mask securely fastened as she handed one to everyone else nearby. We'll save you. I stood in a defensive position next to Izuku, protecting Ida from the hero killer. I glared at the man named Stain, raising my hand. Hero killer, surrender now before we have to make you, I said in a firm tone. He glanced between me and Izuku, weighing his options. Ida. Izuku rushed to him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Can you move? The raven-haired boy shook his head. I can't. It's the hero killer's quirk. Please, leave now, Izuku. Save yourselves. I stepped in front of him, blocking his way. Sorry, Ida. We can't do that. That's right, Izuku declared, determination in his voice. Meddling where you don't belong is the essence of being a hero. Stain grinned, a twisted smile that sent chills down my spine, and raised his katana. Fine then. Let's fight. He charged at us. I moved my hands forward, releasing a blue gas, while Izuku sprinted ahead with incredible speed. I widened my eyes at the green-haired boy. How? I wondered aloud, momentarily distracted. Suddenly, I caught sight of Stain out of the corner of my eye and leapt to the side. It was too late though. He managed to slice my arm, and I winced, clutching it. I watched in horror as he liked the blood, and in that moment, I felt my body go numb, collapsing to the ground. Egg. I gasped. It must be his quirk. He liked my blood and now I can't move. Stain chuckled darkly. Clever girl, he said, lifting his weapon above my head. My eyes widened, bracing for the worst, but it never came. YN. Izuku had punched him just in time. He rushed over to me. Are you okay? But Stain managed to cut him too, and he fell to the ground shortly after. Are worthy to keep alive. You are a true hero, he said, looking down at Izuku. But you three will die. Native, and this child because you are not worthy of the title hero. He pointed to Ida and Native, then turned his gaze to me. Because you're not really a hero, are you? My eyes widened and I gritted my teeth. How did he know? I had never met this man before. Before Stain could continue, pillars of fire and ice soared above us, forcing the hero killer to leap back. I turned my head as much as I could, seeing none other than Shuto Todoroki come to our rescue. I charged at the hero killer again as Ida, Shuto, and Izuku joined forces against him. He had managed to stab me in the stomach, leaving me weakened and coughing. Eventually, my pace slowed, too much blood lost from my torso. The hero killer charged at me, striking me in the head with the blunt end of his sword. The world spun around me, but I fought to stay conscious. I saw Izuku, Shuto, and Ida finally overpower him, leaving him with several burns and wounds. I stumbled over to the boys. Your masks. I hissed, pointing my palm at Stain and starting to release my red gas. Won't stand. For him to be. I struggled to finish my thought, recalling what Tamura had told me. He's getting all the spotlight. I hate him. My eyes glinted, and the boy's eyes widened at the sight of my threatening gas, but just before the red smoke could envelop him, it dissipated, and I fell to the ground. Oh God, please be okay. Izuku rushed to my side, holding me close. I could barely hear his words, everything sounding muffled and distant. Stay. Help soon. I coughed up blood, eventually passing out in Izuku's arms. I awoke what felt like several hours later, my head pounding and my torso aching. I looked up at the bright ceiling, squinting my eyes. Where am I? A hospital? Then it all came rushing back. The hero killer. Were my friends okay? Where was Izuku? I heard a gasp next to me and turned my head, spotting a familiar mop of green hair. Izuku? I asked and he nodded, taking my hand. I'm so glad you're okay. We didn't know if you'd wake up, and... His voice trailed off, tears streaming down his cheeks. I focused on his face and reached up to wipe his tears. It's okay. I'm fine. I managed a small laugh. How long was I out? Izuku turned his head, glancing at two others in the room. It was Ida and Todoroki. I gave them a weak wave, but they looked slightly distressed. You were out for 3 days. Izuku finally said, and my eyes widened. What? The police came by to talk to us about what happened with the hero killer. The chief told us we had used our quirks illegally and would face consequences. But he offered us the option of covering up the story and saying Endeavor took out Stain, so we could avoid trouble. I nodded slowly, looking at the ceiling. So, what did you guys choose? We obviously chose to hide that we fought Stain. We aren't legal heroes yet, after all, Todoroki replied, and I nodded again. Man, we really fought Stain. I wanted to ask a quick question. If you're feeling well enough, LN, Ida chimed in, walking over to me. What did Stain mean when he said that you're not really a hero? I nearly choked but stopped myself, looking over at him. I'm not sure. Maybe he mistook me for Lady Toxic? Many people do. I mused, and he nodded in understanding. That's what I assumed. I yawned, starting to sit upright, but Izuku gently stopped me. You should conserve your energy. They just finished patching up your stomach. The wound was serious, and the boy looked worried. I couldn't help but chuckle a little. It's okay, Izuku-kun. I'll be fine. They took care of me, didn't they? I said playfully, feeling only a dull ache in my torso. Besides, what bothers me most is my head. The spot where I was injured just feels a bit sore. Midoriya still seemed hesitant, but he allowed me to do as I wished. Once I'm discharged, I have one more day to intern, I suppose. I'm hoping to master what Edge Shot guided me on. What would that be? The three boys asked, and I grinned. You'll see. Your POV. A few days after the incident in Hosu. I stretched out, immediately regretting it as a sharp pain shot through my body from my injury. I winced, getting up to prepare for school. We were all returning from our week-long internships, and I had learned a new trick for my quirk. At the end of the week, we were supposed to have an exam that would determine whether we could attend the training camp, so I was glad to have the new skills I acquired from Edge Shot. Once I was in my uniform, I headed downstairs and sat at a bar stool, resting my head on my arms. I heard a small shift and then a sliding sound, looking up to see a smoothie made from my favorite fruit. My eyes lit up as I looked at Kurogiri, who was now cleaning a glass. Thanks so much, Giri. I cheered, drinking the delicious fruity goodness immediately. The Warp Gate man chuckled and shook his head slightly before returning to his task. Tamura came down shortly after me, looking as disheveled as ever. So, did that Edge Shot guy actually teach you anything valuable aside from heroic values? I can't believe he didn't even notice you were a villain, Tamura remarked, glancing my way. I shrugged. It was mostly about when to do the little hero patrols and stuff, but he did give me some advice on controlling my quirk a bit better, I replied after finishing my smoothie, kicking my legs slightly. What would that be? Tamura asked, sitting down next to me and gesturing for me to continue. I stood up and pointed a hand at him, releasing a steady stream of white gas that flowed in the direction I pointed instead of surrounding me in a cloud. Pretty neat, huh? Turns out he was useful for something. Tamura nodded, shrugging slightly. Yeah, but can you really blast it? What's that small little stream going to do? I grinned, grabbing my wrist with my other hand and sending a forceful gust of white gas toward him, which eventually enveloped the area before dissipating. Tamura coughed slightly. That is decent, he admitted, and I could tell he was trying hard not to compliment my new ability. It'll help when I want to target one person instead of affecting everyone in the area. I can also control how quickly it dissipates now, I explained, lowering my hands. Oh, and one last thing, Edge Shot suggested I store my gas in canisters or grenades for longer distances. I practiced a bit with jars at his hero agency, I said, smirking proudly. I was interrupted by Kurogiri, who tapped my shoulder and handed me my bag. You're going to be late, Inen, he said, pointing at the clock. My eyes widened, and I dashed out almost immediately. Thanks for the smoothie, Giri. See you guys later. I yelled, bolting down the street. Behind me, Tamura tapped his chin. Like smoke grenades. We'll have to make sure she has those in the future. I eventually made it to school, heading straight to class 1A as I always did and sitting down. Luckily, I was 5 minutes early. I saw Izuku walk in, look around, and approach me immediately. I smiled and waved at him. Hey YN, how are your injuries? He asked gently, and I grinned. I'm all good, Izakuin. Just some dull pain if I move too much, but other than that, I'm fine. How about you? He shook his head. I was barely hurt. I'm okay. I'm just glad you're feeling better, he said with a smile. We continued chatting until class eventually started. An hour earlier. Aizawa's POV. So, what are we going to do? Mike asked everyone after a moment of silence. Nizu twiddled his paws on the table, looking up. We can't act without solid proof of her identity. It would be irrational. If she is just an aspiring hero, we would face ridicule for as long as UA is an active hero academy. With all due respect, Nizu, I spoke up. Looking at the bear-like principle, everything points to her being the same as Lady Toxic. First, we have no idea who her parents are or who she lives with. We haven't been given that information. Second, her quirk is hauntingly similar to that villain's. Todoroki even reported that she displayed a red gas during their encounter with the hero killer, asking if we knew about its effects. She also shares a striking resemblance with Lady Toxic, and Toru accused her of being the one who attacked me when the villain tried to kill me. I finished, putting down my notes. Nizu nodded at me. I understand your concerns, Eraser. But this could very well be a rare coincidence. We need solid evidence first. I sighed, nodding back. I agree. But if she shows any suspicious behavior, I'll apprehend her the moment I see it. Nizu put his paws down. I grant you all permission to act if YN displays any sort of suspicious behavior. Now, class is about to start. Get to your classrooms, he cheered, turning the solemn atmosphere cheerful. I grabbed my papers and lesson plans, heading to Class 1A to begin teaching. When I arrived, I saw YN speaking with her classmates, a smile on her face. She looked innocent enough. Maybe I was wrong. But only time would tell. 1 week later, during the exams. Sorry for skipping past everything. I want to cut to the good stuff. You take Ochako's spot, sorry to any Ochako fans, and pair up with Aoyama against, how are we going to get out of this? Wah! My voice echoed as I clung to a bar for dear life, glancing at Aoyama, who was also holding on tightly. We were currently facing the pro hero 13, who was showing us no mercy with their black hole quirk. We were so close, my twinkly friend. I cried, watching in despair as my tears flew back and turned to dust. Gritting my teeth and looking forward, I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to think of a plan. Thinking Mon Ami? About what? Aoyama asked, surprisingly calm. Oh, I don't know, about a plan to get us out of this mess? I shouted, returning to my thoughts. Ah, I see. Are you sure you weren't thinking about Izuku Midoriya? He teased, and I felt my mind go blank as I turned to him. Was? You were thinking about Izuku Midoriya, weren't you? Do you like him? The sparkly boy smirked, and I felt my face heat up. Ah. I slapped my hands onto my cheeks in embarrassment, realizing too late what I had done. Was? I screamed as I was suddenly propelled toward 13, who, in surprise, halted their black hole. In that moment, I knew what I had to do. Edge Shot didn't just teach me how to manage my quirk. I yelled, restraining the pro hero as Aoyama flew back to assist me with a cheerful, "We." I got you, the blonde boy cheered, grabbing onto 13 as I quickly handcuffed them, securing our victory. I still felt my cheeks flush from Aoyama's earlier comment, but I cheered and hugged him. We did it, Aoyama-kun. He returned the hug slightly, beaming at me. Indeed we did, Mon Ami. Later, I collapsed onto a chair in the observation deck, groaning. That was way too close. Looking up, I saw Izuku with Tsuyu and Ida. I decided to walk over and greet them, waving as I approached. Hey guys. Oh YN, that was incredible how you restrained 13 like that. It was a great tactic to make them stop using black hole. Izuku exclaimed, and I grinned brightly. Thanks. Honestly, it was sort of an accident, though. I laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of my head. Tsuyu chimed in. Hey, Thun. You and Aoyama were talking about something, right? Is that what made you let go? What were you discussing? Flashback. Oh yeah. We were talking about. Flashback. Thinking mon ami? About what? Aoyama asked, surprisingly calm. Oh, I don't know. About a plan to get us out of this mess? I shouted, returning to my thoughts. Ah, I see. Are you sure you weren't thinking about Izuku Midoriya? He teased, and I felt my mind go blank as I looked at him. Was? You were thinking about Izuku Midoriya, weren't you? Do you like him? The sparkly boy smirked, and I felt my face turn red. Flashback over. I felt my cheeks flush all over again, and I began to wave my hands around. And nothing. It's not like that. I swear. I rambled on as Ida asked if I was all right, while Izuku looked confused and Tsu tapped her chin thoughtfully. I backed out of the room, giving the excuse that I needed to go to the bathroom. Once in the bathroom, I splashed cold water on my flushed face. That Aoyama. He didn't know what he was talking about. I wasn't thinking about Izuku. Why would I be? God. I know that's a lie. After a while of waiting for our exam results, they finally arrived. To everyone's surprise, all the students passed the practical exam, and we were all heading to the training camp. Although we had all passed, Mr. Aizawa mentioned that those who had struggled in the practical exam would need to attend extra lessons. I sighed in relief, grateful that Aoyama and I had barely made it through. After class, when Aizawa left for a meeting, a few of my classmates gathered and chatted excitedly. I walked over to Izuku, smiling at him. I'm so glad I passed. I would have hated to do extra lessons, I said, sitting on my green-haired friend's desk. He grinned back at me, nodding with a smile. Yeah. I was worried that Kaken and I might not pass. We were up against All Might after all, he replied, looking down at his hands. I patted him on the head, noticing him blush slightly. Just as he was about to speak again, I overheard Toru suggest, Guys, we should all go to the shopping mall this weekend to get supplies for the trip next week. Everyone cheered in agreement, except for a few like Bakugo, and I jumped up, my eyes sparkling. We should go too, Izuku-kun. I could use a few outfits for the lodge. I exclaimed, and he looked back up at me. Why, I need some things too. I'll come with, he stammered. Great. Eventually, most of us met up at the nearby shopping mall to shop together. A few small groups of classmates broke off to look for similar items. Suddenly, it was just Izuku and me left. We all came here together, yet we're the only two left, he murmured, then turned to me with a smile. So, what are you getting aside from outfits, YN? I was planning on looking for heavier weights and maybe some other things. I looked off into the distance, putting a finger on my chin. I definitely need some shorts and sunscreen. I trailed off. As I muttered my list, I recalled what Aoyama had said to me. Do you like him? My face suddenly felt very hot, and I quickly covered it. And some bug repellent. Gotta keep bugs away. I shouted, turning on my heel and running while waving my arms. It was too embarrassing to talk to Izuku after what Aoyama had said. I am a bug? Izuku called after me, but I hardly heard. I went to browse the items I needed, trying to wave off the heat from my face. Dumb Aoyama. He's not right. I'm a villain anyway. I muttered, shaking my head as I picked up some sunscreen and bug spray. After paying at the register, I decided I should probably apologize to Izuku. It wasn't cool of me to run off like that. He probably thought I hated him or something. Jogging back over, I spotted the fluffy green hair I had come to know. But next to it was a black hood? Who could that be? I thought aloud, walking over to the hooded figure and my friend. As I got closer, I realized who it was. Tamura. I whispered, quickening my pace. Tamura looked up as he heard me approaching, and his ruby eyes widened slightly at my presence. I shot him a glare that seemed to say, Don't harm him or make a scene. He's important to us. I knew Izuku had no value to the league except as a target, but I had to protect him. I didn't know why. Putting on an oblivious act, I spoke in a frightened tone. Why you? Let go of him. Tamura caught on, glancing over at Izuku. Then go. Get out of. Sorry. I didn't realize you had company. I'll be on my way now, the blue-haired male said abruptly, releasing his hold on Izuku's neck, leaving him gasping on the floor. I rushed over and knelt beside him, holding him close. Who was that? I asked, maintaining my fake act. Izuku looked up with a glare after his coughing subsided. Tamura, the leader of the League of Villains, he spat, his eyes filled with near hatred. Seeing that made my heart drop. I knew I couldn't keep up this charade around Midoriya for much longer. Later, authorities arrived after Izuku asked me to call them. Luckily, there was no trace of Tamura found. They shut down the mall for further investigation afterward. I stared at the floor with guilt after walking Izuku home. What's wrong, YN? He asked softly, looking at me. You've been down since we left the mall. I murmured, wanting so badly to tell him the truth, to admit everything and let him hate me. I just wish I hadn't run off. If I hadn't, you probably wouldn't have gotten attacked. It wasn't your fault at all, he exclaimed, and I looked up in shock, tears forming in my eyes. You couldn't have known, it's okay, YN. With that, the tears began to fall. They weren't tears of relief or reassurance, they were tears of sadness and guilt. I felt Izuku pull me into an embrace, and I buried my face into his shoulder, crying my eyes out. I wanted to enjoy his warmth just a bit longer. Just a bit longer until it was going to end. After the shopping experience with Izuku and everyone else, we all had what we needed for the lodge trip. The Hero Corps students gathered in front of the school to await the buses that would take us to the training camp. I'm so excited! I shouted, pumping my fist in the air. Training camp is going to be amazing. Many of my classmates agreed, cheers echoing throughout our group. I glanced over at Midoriya, my smile dropping slightly as I noticed Uraraka standing very close to him. Too close for my liking. Deku, I'm so excited for the training camp, she exclaimed, and I noticed Izuku's face turning red. I placed a hand on my chest, feeling a bad sensation wash over me. What was this feeling? Anger? Envy? No way. She's just his friend, and he's just her friend. Even if that's how Izuku and I are as well, it's not like Uraraka likes him or anything, right? Uraraka's face turned red too, and she jumped back, making the bad feeling in my chest lift slightly. Let's hear it for camp, she chanted, with Kaminari and Ishido joining in. Camp. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rose up from behind us. What's this? I hear Class 1A has students taking extra courses. That means some of you actually failed the exam. How embarrassing for you. Especially since you're supposed to be so much better than Minoma's annoying rant was cut short as Kendo approached and gave him a swift chop, offering us a smile. Don't mind him, she called, dragging him toward the bus entrance. I sighed, glancing at my friends. Man, he's annoying. Everyone, our bus has arrived. Please line up in seating order. Ida shouted over our chatter, waving his arms as he always did. We boarded the bus in the order Ida instructed, despite our excitement making it a bit chaotic. I was just happy to spend a nice week training or not with my friends, without any major plans from the league. After about an hour and a half, we arrived at the first rest stop. Mineta burst out of the bus, muttering something about needing the restroom, which made me laugh. I stepped off with Midoriya right behind me, looking around. Odd place for a rest stop, I mused, and the green-haired boy nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a car door swung open, and two women stepped out. Hey Eraser, one of them purred, and cheesy character intro music began to play as Aizawa responded, long time no see. Your feline fantasies are here. Say meow, the other chimed in. Perfectly cute and cat-like girls. You can call us the wild pussycats. I deadpanned, glancing at them. The what? Oh, I know about them. They're a senior group of pros. This marks their 12th year of active, Izuku rambled. Suddenly, the blue-haired one grabbed his face with a giant paw. I jumped back, eyes wide. You better watch your mouth, boy. I'm a teen at heart. Everyone, including me, sweat dropped. That's so sad. The one clad in red pointed toward the base of a mountain in the distance. That's where our training camp is, at the base of that mountain. We all stopped. Then why did we stop here? I asked aloud, and Sue turned to me. I think we both know the answer to that. That can't be right, Sato said, laughing nervously. Come on guys, back to the bus. We started walking nervously, then broke into a run toward the bus. However, the blue one stopped us, and suddenly, a wave of dirt and mud sent us all tumbling off the cliff. What the heck? I yelled, looking down as I fell. What is wrong with her? She claims to be a hero, but I might break something from this fall. I can't cushion myself at all. I yelled as I fell, squeezing my eyes shut, bracing for impact. However, it never came. Izuku had landed safely before me and jumped to catch me, ensuring I didn't fall. I found myself in his arms, looking over at him. Thanks so much, Izuku-an. I probably would have broken something, I said, smiling and feeling a blush creep onto my cheeks. Of course. Are you okay, YN? He asked worriedly, scanning me for injuries. I placed a hand on his chest. I'm fine. But maybe you should put me down now. I chuckled. He immediately turned bright red and gently set me down, waving his hands around. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. It's okay. I laughed again, placing a finger on his lips. A voice called down from above us. You guys have 3 hours to get to the lodge in time. You should be able to make it. That is, if you can make it through the beast's forest. The red pussycat yelled down at us. Everyone immediately went on high alert, frightened about what awaited us in the forest. It turned out that the beast's forest lived up to its name. There were giant monsters the moment we entered. Koda attempted to use his quirk to soothe the beasts, but they only swiped at us and roared louder. It must be Pixie Bob's quirk, Earth Flow. Izuku said worriedly. They're monsters made of dirt clods. I sighed. This is going to be a long fight. My gas is no good against non-living things. It's okay, I'll keep you safe, YN, Midoriya reassured me, and I felt my face heat up at his words as we made our way through the perilous journey to the lodge. Time skip. What felt like several hours later, we stumbled out of the woods, exhausted and worn out. I was ready to collapse, coughing from my quirk. It turned out that Pixie Bob, the one controlling the beasts, couldn't see through some of my fog, so I had overdone it. I felt weak, my legs barely able to support me. Suddenly, the pussycat spoke up. That took longer than expected. Mio 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 mio. I thought it would take you all even longer. But you did much better than I thought you would. Especially. Pixie Bob suddenly pointed at Ida, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya? The 4 of you. It's clear you've had lots of experience. She liked her lips, and I got a bad feeling as she pounced toward the boys. I call dibs on these kittens. I'll groom them myself. I jumped back from my place at Izuku's side, glaring at the woman. Mandalay, is she always like this? It's been worse lately. She's at the age to take a mate, so... I didn't like the sound of that. I huffed and crossed my arms, looking away. Speaking of ages, I wanted to ask. Midoriya was cut off as Pixie Bob grabbed his face, glaring at him. Choose your words carefully, boy. I just wanted to ask. Who's that kid? What's he doing here? Oh, him? This is Kota, he's my nephew. He just lives with us now. Don't be shy, Kota. Say hi to everyone. Mandalay said, smiling at the boy. Izuku walked over to him and held out a hand. Hi. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and I'm from the UA High School Hero course. It's nice to meet you. I saw the kid rear back and punch Midoriya right where it hurt. I gasped and rushed over as Ida caught Midoriya from falling. You fiend of a child. A punch like that is unforgivable. Ida shouted, glaring at the kid, a dangerous aura surrounding me as I cracked my knuckles. Say your prayers, kid. The last thing I want is to hang with some wannabe heroes. Kota said, walking away. Wannabe? Who are you, kid? Ida yelled again, checking on Midoriya. Aizawa then called us all to attention, instructing us to get our bags and bring them to our rooms, then eat, bathe, and sleep. I lost my intimidating aura and anger at the mention of food, rushing to the bus faster than anyone else and hurrying inside to get to the cafeteria. Once we entered, The delicious aroma of food filled the air. I sat down immediately and began enjoying my meal, my face lighting up with delight. So good. I cheered, and Izuku laughed beside me. Don't eat it all too fast, Wyan. Shush, don't tell me what to do, I smirked, sticking my tongue out at him. Midoriya chuckled, glancing over at the boy who had been rude earlier, Kota. Later, after indulging in more food than I intended, I leaned back. I'm full, I declared, smiling at Midoriya. He grinned back but then leaned closer, his thumb brushing against the corner of my lip to flick away a bit of rice that had stuck there. I stared at him, momentarily speechless, a blush creeping onto my cheeks. I shook my head, lightly slapping my own cheeks. Thanks, I murmured. Midoriya blushed as well, realizing what he had done, and waved his hands in flustered apology. I'm sorry, It's okay. Shush, I giggled softly. After our meal, we all went to the hot springs to relax. Ah, this feels so nice, I murmured, leaning back against one of the smooth rocks and glancing at the other girls. We checked for holes in the wood, right? I asked, and Momo nodded. We won't let that little troublemaker peek on us again, she sighed, also leaning back. Yamamo, your hair looks really cute down like that. You should wear it like that more often, I complimented, and Ochako and Tsuyu nodded in agreement. Thank you, Wyan. Your hair looks lovely up in a bun like that. I think you should do that more often too, Momo replied with a smile, making me blush a little. We continued chatting, completely unaware of what was happening in the bathing area next to ours. From Izuku's perspective, I heard Mineta's voice from the other side of the wooden wall that separated the two baths. Are you over there talking to yourself again, Mineta? I asked cautiously, seeing him press his face against the wall. A bath full of beautiful girls is just on the other side of this wall. How foolish of them not to stagger the times we'd be naked next to each other. Mineta, you need to stop this behavior at once. What you're doing is disrespectful to both yourself and the girls. I couldn't agree more, especially since Wyan was over there too. Images of her in a vulnerable state popped into my mind, and I felt my face heat up, covering it with my hands. Now I know why I have this quirk. It's because walls are meant to be climbed. I'm coming for you, ladies. Mineta began climbing the wall at an alarming speed, and I jumped up as well. Mineta, stop. Suddenly, Kota appeared at the top of the wall and said something to Mineta before knocking him down. I winced as he fell, but I was relieved he didn't succeed in his misguided mission. However, right after Mineta fell, Kota came down too. Look out! I yelled. I managed to grab Kota just in time, leaping through the air to save him before he hit the ground. I brought him inside immediately to make sure he was okay. From your perspective, I couldn't believe he tried that stunt again. I growled, and the other girls nodded in agreement. I stood up, smiling at them all. I'm going to go inside for a bit. I just need some drinking water. Be right back, I said, getting out and wrapping a towel around myself. I made my way to a secluded area after going to my room to grab a small device from my bag. This is Kurogiri. Wyan, are you at the training vacation spot? I felt a wave of guilt wash over me, but I didn't understand why. I am. It's the Pussycats training lodge at the base of Mizudafu Mountain. Thank you. We will send the Vanguard Action Squad soon to take Katsuki Bakugu. Do not reveal yourself to them until we have secured him. I understand. Pressing a button, I slipped the device back into the secret pocket of my bag, pulling my knees against my body and burying my head in my arms. Why was I feeling this guilt? I knew the answer. I didn't want to be a villain anymore. I wanted these friendships to be real. I wanted my feelings for Izuku to be genuine. But that wasn't an option now. The only option was to attack. Chapter End. Aizawa's POV. Sir, I regret to inform you that I have no choice but to proceed. I spoke, holding my phone to my ear. Are you absolutely sure, Aizawa? Something like this is quite significant, to put it simply. You can't make this kind of accusation unless you are 100% certain, Principal Nizu said, a hint of concern in his voice. I am, trust me. Everything lines up, and we can't risk her informing her companions at the league about the location of the lodge. That would spell disaster for the students and everyone here. Would you mind reviewing the evidence you have on her identity? Not at all, sir. To start off, the obvious. YN and Lady Toxic have virtually the same quirk and appearance. While YN claims she can only use gases that Lady Toxic has never been shown using, she has also utilized gases that were outside of the range she claimed. These gases have been linked to some that Lady Toxic uses. Next, Lady Toxic's appearances have been nearly non-existent since YN began attending UA. The only time she has been reportedly cited was when YN was unaccounted for or absent from school. YN has also been accused by Toru Hagakure, who said she saw Lady Toxic after she attacked me, removing her mask, and that her identity was none other than YN. I spoke to YN, who claimed that she was making dinner at home before her sister got home. However, we know nothing about the existence of her sister. I finished my explanation, hearing a sad hum from the other line. Your evidence is all crystal clear, Aizawa. Proceed how you see fit, but do not go to extremes to apprehend young YN unless absolutely necessary. Please, though, at least observe the girl for a bit to see if her intentions seem malicious or if she appears suspicious, Nizu advised, and I sighed, resting my head on my free hand. I didn't want to believe it. YN's a good student. She's loved by all her classmates too, I said solemnly, hearing Nizu's noise of agreement. Well, just keep an eye out, the principal said before hanging up with a cheerful goodbye. I sighed again, leaning back in my chair before getting up. I had remedial courses to teach, after all. I headed out to see the Pussycats discussing the challenge they would be undertaking. Even if I needed to apprehend YN, I had to take the remedial course students inside first. Not so fast, I said, informing the struggling students that they would have to come with me. I ushered them inside, beginning the lessons. Your POV. Isn't this awesome, YN? A test of courage, Izuku said, coming over to my side. Bachako echoed his sentiment, smiling at me. However, I was solemn, finding it hard to enjoy myself knowing I was the cause of the impending attack. Why, it's awesome. I tried to sound enthusiastic, but my smile didn't reach my eyes. The two frowned at me. What's wrong, YN? Really down, Ochako said, concern etched on her face as she took my hand. No, I'm okay, I chuckled, gently removing Ochako's hand. Thank you though. Are you sure? Izuku asked, his tone mirroring Ochako's worry. I assure you guys, I'm fine. Now let's have some fun, I said with a bright smile, pumping a fist in the air. The two still seemed a bit concerned, but then they mirrored my enthusiasm. We all drew lots to see who would be paired with whom. Since I made the class an odd number of students, and 5 students went with Aizawa to the remedial courses, I was paired with Izuku. Honestly, that made me perk up a bit. Maybe I could protect him. We were the last to go, so I stood waiting with Izuku as screams echoed from the forest. This might be scary, I mumbled, hugging myself in anticipation of the scares ahead. Don't worry, YN. I won't let you get scared, Izuku smiled, taking my hand. I blushed and nodded slightly. He soon realized what he was doing and dropped my hand, waving his hands around his beet-red face. Sorry. Don't worry about it, I chuckled, smiling up at him. He nodded, biting his lip as he gazed into the forest. Just as Pixie Bob announced that Ribbity and Miss Floater would be going next, I heard a boom and saw black smoke with blue embers rising from one part of the forest. I turned swiftly, noticing purple smoke in another section. It's begun already, I thought, looking down. Aizawa's POV. I don't know what I was worried about. YN is not Lady Toxic. Nothing has gone amiss so far, I thought to myself, sighing and nearly slapping myself. I was in denial of all the proof, as I didn't want to believe one of my students was a traitor. And it seemed that denial was justified. Until I heard a boom and saw pitch-black smoke rising from the forest. No, this can't be happening. Vlad! I shouted to the Class 1B teacher, protect them. I ran outside, capture weapon at the ready. I spoke too soon in assuming my denial was correct. You've gotten weak, Eraser. Vlad. Fush. A gust of blue flames nearly hit me, but I jumped up at the last second, grabbing the mysterious scarred man and slamming him to the ground. What's your name, how many of you are there, and what are your intentions? I demanded, tightening the bonds on him. Why should I tell you any? Of that, he replied, kicking me off. I yanked my capture tape to pull him back, but he turned into goo. You shouldn't concern yourself. We aren't here for any of you heroes, he said as he melted into a pile of gray goop. That means they're after one of the students. Or more than one. I have to warn them, YN has to be the cause of this. I muttered to myself, running into the forest. Your POV. The attack had begun strong. I feigned terror as I clung to Izuku, hiding behind two of the pussycats as Pixie Bob was pinned under Magna's giant pillar. Spinner was also there with his weapon comprised of many smaller weapons. Mandalay! Izuku shouted from next to me. I know where Kota is. And with that he ran off. I wanted to follow him, but I knew better. Muscular was supposed to go to the mountaintop where that boy said his secret hideout was. Izuku had told me its location. And Muscular wouldn't be able to resist revealing how I had informed the League about everything. I ran deeper into the forest, eventually encountering Bakugo and Todoroki, who had an unconscious Class 1B student. Todoroki was putting up ice to stop Moonfish's attacks, and I rushed to them. Guys! I shouted, seeing them turn to me. YN! Get away from here. This guy's trying to take us out. Bakugo shouted, and Todoroki quickly added, You're in danger, find a teacher. You all are in danger too. I'm not leaving you. I yelled back. Eventually, we managed to subdue Moonfish when a certain shadowy figure knocked him into a tree, rendering him unconscious. I turned in shock to see Tokoyami being overwhelmed by dark shadow. Shoji was rushing toward us, carrying a seriously injured Izuku on his back. I thought quickly and turned to the other two boys. Guys, create some light around Tokoyami. Dark shadow is vulnerable to it. I shouted, and they quickly complied, helping us to calm his rampage. Izuku-in, I called out, rushing toward the battered boy. What happened to you? I asked, gently placing my hand on his cheek. A man with spiky blonde hair attacked Kota and me, but I managed to knock him out, he coughed. Muscular. I thought, shaking my head. You should be resting. No. They want to get Kakin. I had to come help protect him, he insisted, and I sighed. Don't overdo it, I replied, sensing a presence nearby. I knew exactly who it was and what needed to happen next. 1 second, guys. I have a bad feeling. Let me check the area ahead, I said, running off before they could protest. Good timing, Wayne. Are you ready for your final act? Compress asked, extending his hand. I nodded, allowing him to compress me into a marble so I could maintain the appearance of innocence until the very end. I waited as he transformed Tokoyami and Bakugo behind everyone's backs. Midoriya! I heard Aizawa yell, spotting the familiar tuft of green hair on Shoji's back. You all need to get out of here and tell me where YN is, he said, looking at them seriously. Why, Mr. Aizawa? YN ran ahead. Izuku trailed off, and my heart sank. Listen closely, all of you. YN is Lady Toxic, and she is the one who revealed the location of the lodge to the League of Villains. She is a villain. If you see her, do not engage her, and inform me so she can be apprehended. I felt dread wash over me as I heard Aizawa's words, shaking my head slowly. And no, that can't be right. I muttered, my friends equally shocked. You're lying. Bakugo yelled angrily, and I shared his disbelief. I am not, Aizawa replied sincerely. I saw Ochako tear up a bit. Why? Is a villain? She asked quietly. That can't be right. YN is too sweet. Tsuyu added, but Aizawa shook his head. You must follow my instructions, or you could be in danger. I'm going to search for other students, he said before running off. We were here to protect Bakugo, but... Guys? Bakugo isn't here, Ochako said, starting to panic. And neither is Tokoyami. We all looked around, the panic rising as YN was still missing. Aizawa's statement seemed to ring true. No, it couldn't be. YN was the kindest person I knew, and I loved her. I couldn't possibly love a villain. Could I? Suddenly, we spotted a man in a mask and top hat jumping away, marbles in his possession. YN, Bakugo, and Tokoyami were trapped inside. It seems I've done my job, he said, and I could sense the smirk beneath his mask. Todoroki sent a wave of ice toward him, but he slipped the marbles into his pocket and effortlessly hopped over it. I wish I could stay, but my performance is over. Farewell, he said, seemingly flying away into the forest. This means YN can't be a villain, right? Why else would he capture her? I said with a small smile, though despair still filled me. The others tried to convince themselves of the same thing. We devised a plan to chase after him. Tsuyu would launch us while Ochako made us float. We executed it perfectly, crashing into the masked man and sending him to the ground. Other villains appeared and attacked us as well. I felt myself jostled around, realizing they had stopped Mr. Compress. You shouldn't have carelessly revealed where you put the marbles. I got everyone back, Shoji said, and I heard Mr. Compress laugh. Very impressive. But you see, magicians don't work. He opened his mouth, and I could see the area around us. Without a third act in mind. I could see everyone's stunned expressions, covering my eyes as I sobbed silently. I'm so sorry, I whispered as Mr. Compress was struck, and our marbles flew from his mouth. Shoji grabbed Tokoyami's, but Dabi managed to snatch mine and Bakugo's. How dare you ruin my act? Well, time for the grand reveal. He snapped his fingers, and I stood next to Bakugo, watching Tokoyami fall to the ground beside my other. Now former classmates. Dabi seized Bakugo by the neck and pulled him into a portal as Izuku looked at us. YN, run to us, he yelled, tears filling his eyes. Please. Hurry, YN. Ochako shouted, reaching out. Sorry guys, I said softly, my eyes cold and distant. But our mission here is complete. I probably won't be seeing you all again. I knew Izuku was chasing after us, but it would be too late. Bakugo looked at me in shock, tears nearly filling his eyes. How pathetic. You were all fooled by Miss Lady Toxic here. And for how long? Well, we have what we came for. Let's go, Kurogyari, Dabi laughed. No. Izuku yelled one last time, and I turned, my gaze cold yet filled with sadness. Goodbye, Izuku-en. Those were my last words as the portal closed behind me. Into the dimly lit bar, the hideout of the villains. My comrades quickly secured Bakugo with heavy chains, leaving him unable to resist us. YN, why don't you take a moment to rest? Kurogyari suggested, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. You've been working hard to maintain your UA persona. You deserve a break. I glanced at Bakugo, who wore an expression I couldn't quite read. It was clear he wasn't pleased with me. I felt a pang of guilt. Bakugo had been a good friend during my time at UA, treating me better than most of our classmates. I didn't like this situation. I didn't like betraying everyone, but I knew it was inevitable. Why? You're right, I mumbled, making my way to my room. YN-chan. I heard Toga call before I ascended the stairs. I turned to see her holding out a small flower, giggling. I found this adorable flower after meeting Tsu and that brown-haired girl. I think her name was Ochako. It reminds me of you since you're cute too. You did an amazing job deceiving them. I smiled, though it was tinged with sadness at her last words. Thank you, Toga. You're sweet, I replied, turning to head upstairs as she bounded back to her seat. Toga had always felt like a sister to me, and I knew that beneath her eccentricity, she understood my internal struggle. I flopped onto my bed, glancing up at the small window high above. It was still evening. I allowed myself to drift into a light sleep, which soon turned into deep unconsciousness. I awoke in a bright white room, sunlight streaming in through the window. I wasn't slipping in and out of consciousness anymore, so I stared at the ceiling, trying to piece together what had happened. What about Koda? I murmured, I hope he's okay. The door to my room slid open, revealing Kaminari. Hey, Midoriya, you're finally awake. Reporters have been swarming the school lately. My classmates filed in, all talking at once. Oh wow, did everyone from Class A come to visit? I asked hoarsely, but Ida interrupted. No. Jiru and Hagakure are still unconscious from that villain's poisonous gas, and Yaoyorozu took a pretty bad hit to the head. She's resting here, but I heard she woke up yesterday. So, only 15 of us for now. Because Bakugo and YN are gone, Todoroki said, and my attention snapped to him. He knows Todoroki, Mina exclaimed, but her voice faded as I thought about the two. All Might told me, there will always be people beyond our reach that we can't protect. But I wasn't able to protect someone right in front of me. No, two people right in front of me. And YN, she's a villain. She betrayed us all. Todoroki's voice was bitter, and I felt my eyes welling up. Kirishima then spoke up. All right, then let's go get them. What? Everyone turned to him, surprised. I was here yesterday and met up with Todoroki. While we were heading to visit you, we overheard Yaoyorozu talking with the police force. And she attached a tracking device to one of the villains, Kirishima explained, and my eyes widened. Going to have Yaoyorozu make you another signal tracker. Ida said, and Kirishima nodded. Idiots. We should heed All Might's advice and leave this to the professionals. It's not the right time for us to get involved. Maybe, but all I know is that when Bakugo was taken and when YN went with the villains, I was at the lodge, helpless. If I don't do anything now, I can't say I'm a man or a hero. Kirishima yelled, then turned to me, extending his hand. Come on. They're still within our reach. We can catch YN and save Bakugo, he said confidently, and eventually, I nodded. The next day, I went downstairs and sat at the bar while Kurogiri prepared breakfast. I glanced at Bakugo, then looked down. Kurogiri placed my plate in front of me, covering the other plates for when the other villains arrived, then walked upstairs. I was alone with Bakugo. Why? A strained voice came from my right, and I looked up, trying to keep my emotions in check. Why did it have to be you, YN? Why couldn't it have been a classmate I cared less about? Bakugo shouted, but his voice held a hint of despair that made my heart ache. I'm sorry. I muttered, my facade crumbling as heartbreak washed over me. I felt tears welling up but wiped them away before he could see. I peeked at him from behind my arm, noticing his expression soften. If you're really sorry, let me go and turn yourself in, he said, but I could tell he didn't truly mean it. I can't do that, I replied, a shadow crossing my eyes. I'm so sorry. Bakugo fell silent, but I could feel the weight of his emotions from where I sat. YN, why can't you see that he began, but was interrupted as Tamura entered the room. He sat down at the bar and grabbed his covered breakfast. Kurogiri, Toga, Compress, Dabi, Twice, Spinner, and Magna came down shortly after, some taking seats while others stood. Bakugo gritted his teeth and looked away as Tamura began to speak. Katsuki Bakugo. You know, everyone here has suffered. Because of rules, heroes. We're not so different from you. Bakugo glared at him, and I sat across from Toga, taking her hand and tracing my finger along her palm to distract myself from the turmoil on my former classmate's face. Go throw yourself into traffic? Bakugo spat, and I sighed, expecting nothing less. Bakugo, please try to listen to our reasoning. We know you're capable of more than just being a hero. They've brainwashed you into believing. Shut up, YN, he yelled, and I fell silent, rising with a fierce glare that surprisingly made him flinch. You listen to me. Be calm, Lady Toxic, please, Kurogiri said as Tamura placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, keeping one finger raised. It's okay, YN, Tamura said, turning to Dabi. Dabi, let him go. What? Dabi replied, looking incredulous. We're recruiting him, so we have to treat him as an equal, not a prisoner. Besides, UA students are clever, so he must know he can't take us all, right? Tamura explained. Dabi turned to Twice. Twice you do it. Sure thing. No way. Do it. Ah man, Twice walked over and undid Bakugu's bindings as Tamura continued to speak, with compress chiming in occasionally. As soon as Bakugu was free, he did exactly what I expected and unleashed a massive explosion toward Tamura, which I narrowly dodged. Shigaraki! Screw you. I don't care about your stupid League of Villains. I want to win just like All Might. And there's nothing you can say to convince me otherwise. Bakugu shouted, his palms sparking. To Tamura's side, noticing his father's hand clatter to the floor. Father! Tamura, stay calm. I said quietly, glancing at Bakugu with concern. Tamura lifted his hand, directing his gaze at Bakugu. Kurogiri echoed my statement, preparing to use his warp gate to intervene. But all Tamura did was hold out his hand. Don't lay a finger on him. As my comrades murmured among themselves and to Bakugu, I sat back down, resting my head in my hands. I think it's time to put him back to sleep, compress. A clever performer would have pretended we were winning him over. Oh well, Mr. Compress remarked as he approached to put Bakugu into a marble. If you want me to join you, then get on your knees and beg. Bakugu yelled, though I could see a hint of panic in his eyes. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Hello? I have a pizza delivery here, a muffled voice called from outside, and my eyes widened as I exchanged glances with my comrades. That was right before All Might burst through the wall. Izuku's POV. It was evening, and luckily, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Ida, Kirishima, and I had managed to locate the spot indicated by the tracker. Remember, guys, we don't know if this is where YN and Bakugu are. They could be at another base, Momo said, and I nodded, hoping they were indeed there. I wished we could get Kaken back and bring YN to our side. I think we should go in from the side. The front entrance seems blocked, I suggested, and my friends nodded, so we headed down the narrow side of the building. It's so narrow here. I might get stuck. Yaoyorozu whimpered as we continued walking. Suddenly I spotted a window. Guys up there? It's too dark to see though. I'll make us some night vision goggles. No need, I actually brought my own, Kirishima interrupted, pulling out a high-end pair of night vision goggles. Wow, how did you get those? I asked, astonished. Those models are super expensive. I heard they cost around 50,000 yen. Just drop it, man, okay? He replied casually. I shrugged it off and climbed onto Todoroki's shoulders, while Kirishima climbed onto Ida's to look inside. Do you see anything? Todoroki asked. Any sign of Bakugu or YN? No, Kirishima swayed, nearly dropping the goggles. What is it? I whisper shouted. The C corner. Look in the C corner, Midoriya. I took the night vision scope from him and looked in, sing. Enomu. We all ducked down, realizing that this location must be different from where the villains were. But suddenly, we noticed a flash of purple and a car being lifted. What is that? And without warning, a loud crash echoed as Lady brought her leg down onto the building, causing it to shudder. The pros. I knew they'd handle it, Ida said, grinning. I peeked over, seeing that Lady, Best Jeanist, and a few other heroes were apprehending the Nomu. They exchanged words, and I overheard Tiger talking to Gang Orca. The pros are handling it. We should get out of here. I'm sure they've found Bakugu and YN, Momo said, smiling at us. But before we could move, a commotion erupted. I hate to interrupt. You pros do have your jobs to do after all. A man's voice came from the shadows, and Best Jeanist quickly restrained him, with Lady shouting in protest. Then, there was a massive blast, and we saw that all the pros there were taken out in an instant. We froze, not daring to speak or move. That man made us feel the weight of danger, and it dawned on me who he was. All for one. A knock came from the door. Hello? I have a pizza delivery here. We all heard this just before All Might burst into the building, followed closely by another hero, Kamui Woods. Preemptive. Lacquered chain prison, he shouted, his branches shooting out from his arm and binding all of us except for Bakugu, of course. What the hell? I exclaimed, glaring at the heroes. Dabi ignited his flames, and I smirked, confident he wouldn't be able to handle the heat. That's it, Dabi said, preparing to unleash his fire when a short old man kicked him hard, causing Dobby to stagger back in surprise. "Don't do anything foolish," the old man warned. "Dobby," I called out, scanning the room for my comrades. Right after the press conference. They had this ruse planned the whole time. Compress shouted in disbelief. Suddenly, Edgeshot used his quirk to unlock the door, revealing the police force. One tends to neglect defense when on the offense, but we didn't come alone. "Take a look," he said, turning to me. "I'm disappointed to find out I trained a powerful villain, not an aspiring hero, during my internship with you. You truly have the potential for a hero." He shook his head, continuing, "You're surrounded by the police force, not to mention powerful heroes like Endeavor." All Might stepped forward toward Bakugu. "I'm sure you were frightened, young Bakugu. You did well. Not to worry, now you're safe." "What? I wasn't scared. No way in hell." Bakugu yelled, and All Might gave him a thumbs up before turning to me. "Young LN, I'm disappointed in you. Though I guess that means little to you since you're a villain. You and your comrades will be coming with us," he said, then looked at Tamura, who began shouting. "Kurogyri, warp over as many as you can." "The Nomu, right?" All Might said, and I was in shock. "How did they?" "Kurogyri, what are you waiting for?" Tamura urged after a moment of silence. "I'm sorry, Tamura Shigaraki. The Nomu are not in their fixed locations. You're still inexperienced, Tamura Shigaraki. You and your little league underestimated all of us. The spirit of this young man, the police force's diligent work, and our righteous fury. Your little game has come to an end." All Might declared, and Spinner suddenly shouted, "All Might, please. You are the only hero Stain respected. You are worthy. Don't give this guy any respect." I yelled at him, glaring menacingly at the symbol of peace. "You think it's over? Then you've lost. You built a flawed society based on these ideals of peace and justice. That's why I targeted you, All Might," Tamura growled, then yelled, "Kurogyri." However, Kurogyri was quickly incapacitated by Edgeshot, who struck him down and rendered him unconscious. "What just happened? Did they take him out?" Magna shouted. "I dealt with him. He was a nuisance," Edgeshot replied, his body still half-folded. Gran Torino, the short, speedy hero, stepped up. "Don't you see? You have nowhere left to run." He began naming us by our first names, finally turning to me. "And YNLNOR. Lady Toxic. The police worked through the night to discover your true identities. Now, one last question. Where is your leader hiding?" "No, go away," Tamura said, and I looked at him, worried. "Disappear. Shigaraki. This is your fault. I hate you." Suddenly, black goo began to appear, and Nomu emerged from it, attacking the heroes. The heroes were in a panic, yelling at each other and shouting orders. Suddenly, goop started forming in my mouth and the mouths of my comrades, even Bakugu. "What is this?" I yelled as it enveloped me and pulled me away. The last thing I saw was All Might trying to grab Bakugu before he vanished as well, and then him coming after me. As I stood behind the wall with my classmates, only one thought ran through my head. All for one. He took out 3 pros in an instant. We were still frozen in fear until we heard choking and 2 familiar voices. Damn it! What was that black goop? It was Kakin and YN. More voices complained about something unpleasant, and we heard All for One speaking with them. "You failed once again, Tamura Shigaraki, but don't be discouraged." All for One said, "You'll try again. That's why I brought your associates back with you. Even this child, because you deemed him an important piece to your game board. All of this is for your sake." I thought to myself, still shaking in fear. I have to do something. Because I couldn't move back then, and I failed to save Kakin or get YN away from the villains. If I use full cowl, I could reach them in less than a second, but how would I grab both of them? More importantly, where would I go? Plus, I'd be putting the others in danger. I need a plan. I need to find a way to reach out for them, or this was all for nothing. Suddenly, as my foot moved, Ida grabbed me, glaring at me as if to say, "Don't you dare." Ah, there you are. We all froze, but then heard a voice. I'll have you return my student, all for one. Have you come to kill me a second time, All Might? I emerged from the black goo, my eyes shining as I saw All for One, the man who took me in when no one else would help me. He spoke to Tamura before All Might charged in, attempting to punch him. However, All for One held his ground. Tamura, take your associates and the boy with you, he instructed, using his quirk on Kurogiri. Careful. Someone messed him up pretty badly. Magna warned. I don't know what's going on, but if you can teleport, why can't you get us out of here? All for One briefly explained that his warping power only allows him to teleport people to his location from another place or to and from people he has a close relationship with. He then opened Kurogiri's warp gate and told us to go through. Compress grabbed Abi, and we looked toward Bakugu. Sorry Bakugu, but this time, we're not going to hold back if it means taking you with us, I said, a shadow covering my cold eyes. All Might tried to go after Bakugu, but we could tell he was far too distracted with All for One to stop us from taking him. I smirked. We had an advantage over the symbol of peace, knowing he couldn't fight at full strength with Bakugu present. I turned, catching a glimpse of green behind a wall, but dismissed it. Toga charged at Bakugu, attempting to strike him, while Twice joined the fray. I rushed forward, sleep gas swirling around my palms, aiming to use it on my former classmate. I barely dodged an explosion he sent my way. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and Midoriya, Kirishima, and Ida burst through a broken wall behind me. What the hell? I exclaimed, noticing Kirishima reaching out to Bakugu, urging him to propel himself toward them midair. No, you don't. I shouted, charging at Bakugu. He glanced at me, and in an instant, as all my fellow villains rushed him, he grabbed me and blasted himself toward Kirishima. I struggled in his grasp, but it was futile. Demenu, Bakugu. Let me go. I yelled, squirming in his hold. I heard Toga calling out my name, along with my other villain companions shouting for me, and panic surged through me. Help me! I cried out to All for One, desperate to escape. This couldn't be the end for me. Magna launched Compress toward me, reaching out a hand toward Bakugu and me. I reached back, but M-Lady jumped in the way, and he collided with her, dashing the hope in my eyes. I slumped, realizing it was over. They had caught me. All for One looked up at me being taken against my will and commanded Magna to use his powers to pull all the villains into a portal. He turned to Tamura, who was shouting in protest. Tamura, you must continue to fight. And get Yn back, he urged as the portal closed. I couldn't believe it. We had rescued Kaken, and he managed to grab me too. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, despite the dire situation we were still in. We landed near the station and took to the streets, waiting for Momo and Todoroki. I spoke with Todoroki about our location, turning to see Kaken holding me firmly. My heart sank at the sight of my unmotivated eyes. I felt defeated. It wasn't a rescue. I heard Kaken exclaim. You all just happened to be my best escape route. You're welcome, someone shouted back. I had to get out of there so All Might could take him down, Kaken added, and I silently agreed. He was holding All Might back from going all out, fearing for his safety. You JRKS. I muttered from Kaken's arms. You jerks. All for One is going to destroy All Might. He won't be stopped. I yelled, tears streaming down my face. My head hung low as I sobbed quietly. My heart ached. He can't lose. I sniffled, and I noticed Kaken looking at me with a hint of concern. It was strange. He had never shown this kind of emotion before, except perhaps for Kirishima. You idiot, he said softly, and I gestured with my arms as if to say, no, don't. Why do you side with the villain boss? He asked, and I glared up at him. When heroes turn their backs on me, All for One helped me survive. I would be dead without him, I replied bitterly, letting my head hang once more. I could see the realization dawn on him. I understood why I had become a villain. I had been swayed by false kindness from a man who only wanted to use me for his own goals. I wanted to comfort her, but I knew that wouldn't help at the moment. I wondered if our friendship had ever meant anything to her when she was at UA. The battle raged on fiercely, and despite my hopes, All Might ultimately defeated All for One. My mind went blank as I watched him fall to the ground for the last time, the man who had been like a father figure to me. I stood there, tears streaming down my face as everyone around me cheered. Bakuga began pulling me along toward the other end of the city, and I didn't resist. At that moment, I felt like I had nothing left to fight for. With All for One captured, my purpose seemed to vanish. I knew I was headed for a life in prison. I glanced at Izuku, who was trying to avoid my gaze. I wished I could tell him that I cherished my time at UA, that I valued his friendship, and that it meant something to me. That I loved him. But I knew all my classmates despised me for my betrayal, and I accepted that. I felt lost. Bakugo spoke to me quietly, unexpectedly. I don't know if your time at UA meant anything to you, but you mean something to me. I hope you decide to become a hero and make up for your past mistakes. My eyes widened slightly, and I turned my head toward him. Honestly, I said, not realizing Izuku could hear every word. I loved my time with you all. I began to cry again, but pressed on. I cherished every moment and every friendship. But I knew it was wrong since I was a villain. If I could choose a different path, one of becoming a hero, one of returning to UA with you all, I would take it even if I don't agree with every ideal of heroes. My voice trembled. But I'm going to jail for the rest of my life. I'm done for, but thank you for the time at UA that brightened my life. I finished with a gentle smile. To my surprise, Bakugo seemed to blush slightly as he smirked back at me. We'll see about that whole life in jail thing, YN. I pondered what he meant as we continued to walk. Later, we arrived at a police station, where Bakugo and I were taken in for questioning. I was immediately handcuffed and led into a sterile white room. So, YNLN, also known as Lady Toxic. We have a proposition for you, the head of the police department, Tsukachi, said as he entered the room. Suddenly, a furry white head popped up from behind the table, revealing Nizu, the principal of UA. He smiled at me as he stood atop the table, Tsukachi right behind him. Nizu spoke in his usual cheerful voice. I know you may still be feeling upset, but I'd appreciate it if you'd hear us out. Chapter End. Your POV. The bright white room around me made me squint as I looked at the furry principal standing on the table before me. I know you may still be bitter, but I'd appreciate it if you'd hear us out. His words reached me and I looked up. What do you mean by that? Well, we have a bit of a proposition for you. We realize that your actions have been serious and cannot simply be overlooked, but they can be lessened, he explained, and I perked up a bit at that. Huh. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the idea of a lighter punishment. Allow me to explain. We've noted your increasing potential as a hero, as well as your natural kind heart, even when you don't show it. We were deeply saddened here at UA to discover you are none other than Lady Toxic. However, we believe it would be a waste to have such talent go straight to prison for the rest of your days, so we're offering you your seat back at UA under some conditions. My eyes widened slightly, and I glanced at him suspiciously. What are your conditions? In all honesty, I didn't know if I wanted to accept this proposition. I loved and cared for my comrades back at the league. They were like family to me. I couldn't just leave them behind the moment I got a good opportunity. I didn't want to. Well, you would be under constant surveillance, of course, until we've learned to trust you again. You will also have to wear a small anklet, bracelet, or have a tracker injected to ensure you can't be taken by the league once again, whichever option sounds most convenient for your day-to-day lifestyle. And finally, we will have you do community service around the school during your free PRDS until you can be taken off surveillance. Do these conditions sound agreeable to you? Nizu finished, looking at me. I muttered, looking away. The conditions were far from awful, much better than prison. But I still held my grudge against heroes and my love for my family. Take some time to consider our offer. I think you have an old friend waiting to speak with you, Nizu said with a smile, hopping down from the table and walking out, just as a freckled face walked in. YN? I glanced up and then immediately looked down at the floor. Yuha. Wine, you should really take the offer that Principal Nizu gave you. It's way better than prison for one, he said with a light chuckle, but his smile quickly faded as he noticed the tears welling up in my eyes. Why? I whispered. Huh. Why did you all have to be so loving and caring, and so different from all my previous ideas of heroes? Why did you have to make me question whether I want to be loyal to the League or join you? I shouted, tears now falling freely. I don't want to leave my family behind. They cared for me for years, I can't just abandon them. I understand why Izuku said, walking to my side and gently rubbing my back as I sobbed. They cared for you like family, and no matter what viewpoints we heroes have on them, I know this will be a hard choice. But please, everyone at UA wants the kind, cheerful, fun YN we had back. We've all been talking, and we understand how painful this must be for you. Even Kaken understands. So please consider both sides. We'd love to have you back, and we'd welcome you with open arms and do whatever we could to help you move past your life of crime with them, he promised, wrapping his arms around me. My sobs slowed and eventually stopped, and I felt a blush creep onto my cheeks as he squeezed me in a hug. Izuku-in. Suddenly, Midoriya turned bright red and jumped back, waving his arms around. Sorry. Anyways, please consider the offer. See you later, bye, he said, rushing out as quickly as possible. I snickered, which turned into giggles as I watched him rush out. I smiled softly as I looked at the cold metal table, knowing what my choice would ultimately be. It would be hard for me to get over them, but maybe someday I could convince them away from a life of crime, too. Deep down, I always knew what we did was wrong. I always knew there was a better way. But I wanted to stay with them because they were like family. I realized now that the crimes we committed weren't okay just because they were close to me. Hopefully one day I'll help the League of Villains see that. Time skip. Luckily, my decision was well planned. UA was assigning their students to dorms after the recent villain attack to ensure that their students could be more safely monitored. I, of course, got my own dorm among these. Since I didn't have many belongings, or even a bed for that matter, the school gave me an allowance to spend on the necessities for my room. I set it up like a normal room and even put in a microwave. You know, for my secret stash of cup noodles. I also kept a small photo of my family back at the League that I always carried with me under my bed. They may not technically be on my side right now, but I knew I'd get them back. It was hard adjusting. I missed them a whole lot. After saving enough of the allowance, I smirked to myself, my eyes glinting. I had enough to fill my room to the brim with posters and other fan merchandise. It looked like a raging fangirl's room, but I could care less. As long as no one saw it. Soon, I was ready to greet my classmates once again. I knew they probably wouldn't trust me for a while, I expected it. But it was good to be on the same ground with them again, as heroes in training together. Walking out into the common room in some shorts and a t-shirt, I spotted all of my classmates sitting around. Izuku saw me, and his eyes lit up as he walked over to me. Hey, YN. I turned a bit red as everyone stared at me, looking down. Surprisingly enough, Tsu was the second to greet me. Welcome back, YN-chan. We hope you're here for real this time. It may take us a bit, but we promise to learn to trust you again. My eyes welled up and I wiped them with my arm. Thanks, Tsu. I spoke with Izuku patting my back. Even though Tsu was decently friendly, as well as Izuku, I could feel the distrusting gazes of my classmates. Bakugo wasn't in the room, but if he was, I bet he'd have the same look. Everyone. I said quietly, and all attention was on me once again. I know I can't make up for it with a simple apology, but I truly am sorry. And I hope I can earn everyone's trust back. I realized there wasn't much else to say, but I hoped that would be enough. A few of them smiled, but no one spoke. I stood up, offering a sad smile, especially to Izuku. Well, I'll be in my room, I muttered, giving a slight wave before heading to my dorm. I lay down, feeling terrible. I missed my friends and wished I could make things right with them immediately. But I knew that wouldn't happen. I pulled out the picture of my villain companions and let a few tears fall, trying to compose myself. Wow, YN, you're really becoming a softie, huh? I murmured, drifting off to sleep with the picture in my hand. I woke up from a particularly late nap, checking the time and realizing it was already 4:30 p.m. Wow, I really am lazy, I said aloud, flopping out of bed like a clumsy walrus. I glanced at the time again, just to confirm I hadn't woken up at a normal hour. Well, it's New Year's Eve and here I am all alone, I chuckled, knowing the league didn't really care for celebrations. Sure, they had gotten me some favorite snacks for Christmas, but that was only because Tamura had gone to the store after we ran out of pancake mix and had a little incident with the cashiers. I sighed, pulling out the snacks from their hiding place under my bed and munching away. A few minutes of snacking and staring into space passed when my phone buzzed. Added to a group chat by Yamamo. Sleepover. 4:34 p.m. Yamamo. Hey everyone. I thought since it's New Year's Eve, we could have a sleepover at my place to celebrate. Just text back if you're free and would like to come. It will start at 6:34 p.m. XXX, XXXXXX. I'm in already, ladies, winky face. We're sleeping in the same rooms, right? 4:35 p.m. Yamamo. No, Mineta, and if you try anything, I'll have you removed from the premises. I chuckled, saving the number that was supposedly Mineta in my phone as Rotten Grape. Sleepover. N and 4:36 p.m. I'd be down to go, nothing else is happening tonight anyway. As long as I can handle Grape if he tries anything weird. Also, there better be good food, smiley face. 4:36 p.m. Yamamo. Permission granted, and there will definitely be. Anyone else? 4:37 p.m. Pinky. I'd be totally excited to go. We're going to play a ton of fun games for sure. 4:37 p.m. Shiny makeup boy. I will most certainly grace this sleepover with my presence. My friend Sparkles 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 Sparkles. 4:38 p.m. Dwayne The Rock. Sounds fun. I'll get Bakugo to come too. 4:38 p.m. Blasty Explode. I'm not going to your sleepover, Ponytail. 4:38 p.m. Dwayne The Rock. But Bakubro, YN's going to be there. Don't you want to have fun with your friends? 4:39 p.m. Blasty Explode. Fine, but if it's boring I'm leaving. N and 4:40 p.m. Bakubro cares about me. 4:40 p.m. Blasty Explode. No, I don't. I'm going for the food. 4:41 p.m. Isaacin Redheart. I have some training to do, but I should be done before 6. This sounds fun. I'll go. 4:41 p.m. Froppy Froggy. It's been a while since we've done something as a class. Count me in. I'll keep my neta in check. I read the texts with an amused smile as everyone eventually chimed in, saying they could make it, except for a few. Sato, Ajru, and Shoji had other plans. Ida was attending a family party but mentioned something about sleepovers making you stay up too late, and I have a strict bedtime of 8:30 p.m. Koda was just too shy, so he decided to stay home for the night as well. I hopped out of bed, grateful for something to do. After a quick shower, I returned to my room and packed a duffel bag with light pajamas, clothes for tomorrow, and a sleeping bag. By 5:30 I was ready, but I knew Momo's address was a train ride away, probably about an hour. I sprinted to the station, telling Kurogyari I was going to a school event. When I arrived at the station, my train was just pulling up. I took a seat, noticing there weren't many people on board. However, I spotted a familiar broccoli head standing near my seat. Hey, Izukuin. I didn't know you were far from Yamamo's place too, I said, smiling at him. He jumped at the sound of my voice, but his shocked expression quickly turned into a slightly flustered smile. Hi YN. Yeah, I just finished training and had to run to make it before the train left, he explained, and I patted the empty seat next to me. Why are you standing when there are plenty of seats? Sit. I insisted and he complied, a slight blush coloring his cheeks. I kept my duffel bag on my lap, humming to myself with my eyes closed. About 10 minutes into the train ride, as Izuku and I sat in comfortable silence, the motion of the train made me drowsy. I felt my head loll as my eyes closed, resting on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku's POV. I felt a sudden pressure on my shoulder and glanced over, nearly letting out a yelp. YN was sleeping. And she was leaning on my shoulder. A deep red blush covered my cheeks as I tried to stay as still as possible, letting her rest. 45 minutes passed, and we were approaching our station, so I gently shook her. "Why? We're about to get to our stop," I said in a low voice, watching as her beautiful eyes slowly fluttered open. "Your POV." I woke up to Izuku looking down at me, telling me the train would stop soon. I blushed, noting our close proximity as I shot my head up, accidentally bumping our heads together. Sorry, Izuku-san. Thanks for waking me up, I chuckled, rubbing my aching head. He smiled at me, and we both stood as the train came to a stop, walking out together toward Yamamo's. When we arrived, it was about 6:39 p.m. We were a little late, but not by much. Her excited voice came through the speaker by the gate. "Hello, you two. Please come in." The huge gate opened, and it took us a few more minutes to reach her front door. She opened it just as Izuku and I made it up the steps, pulling us into her gigantic living room. Your POV. Everything seemed to be going well until a couple of days ago. I had been at the UA dorms for about a week, and I thought things were getting better. Even some of my classmates seemed to be warming up to me again, particularly the girls, my old best friends. However, recently, Izuku had become distant just like most of the others. He wasn't talking to me as much, he wouldn't sit with me at lunch, and we didn't even exchange greetings in the hallways or in class anymore. It hurt, especially since he was the one who encouraged me to pursue heroism. I found myself doubting everything he told me. Was he just lying to help the pros so they could get one less villain out of the way? Maybe it was to avoid the burden of sending a kid to jail. Either way, I didn't feel confident in his words anymore. Sighing, I walked down the hall and saw Izuku pass me. I gave him a small smile. "Hey, Izuku-san. Want to have lunch?" I was cut off as he brushed past, his face bright red when he saw me. He muttered something as he walked away. My shoulders drooped and my smile faded. What happened? He turned further down the hall, and I thought I heard All Might's booming voice as his muttering grew distant. I felt my mood dampen further as I entered the cafeteria with heavy feet. I sat alone, as I usually did after coming back. Even though Mina and Momo occasionally came over to join me since they were my closest friends, for the most part, I was by myself. I appreciated their efforts, though. I had a hefty plate of food from none other than Lunch Rush himself. Food always had a way of making me feel better. Eating in solitude, I was left with my thoughts. Midoriya seemed to be the only one who still trusted me enough to hang around. So why had he been acting this way? Maybe he was sick of me or didn't trust me after all. I gripped my chopsticks so hard they snapped. Why would he go through all the trouble of convincing me to stay, then? Is this seat taken? I glanced up for a moment, looking back down at my food before doing a double take. Todoroki? What are you doing over here? I normally sit alone at lunch too, but you seemed upset. I figured I could come over and ask about it. Plus, you're in one of the least noisy areas. I suppose I am. I muttered, glancing around before turning back to him with a bewildered look. Wait a minute, why are you sitting with me again? I betrayed all of you. Shouldn't you hate me? Todoroki tilted his head before beginning to eat his soba again. I don't think a true villain would go to a hero school where she's closely monitored rather than go to a prison she could easily escape from. If you truly wanted your old life back, you wouldn't have come back to us. My eyes welled up a bit, but I quickly wiped them away. Thanks for having faith in me, huh? I don't deserve it. I know you don't. Well, your quirk isn't ice for nothing. I chuckled, and he gave me a small smile in return. We continued chatting throughout lunch hour, and I felt my mood improve greatly. Todoroki was actually a really funny guy once you got to know him. He just had a different kind of humor. He could also hold surprisingly great conversations. So, there I was, barbecue sauce on my shirt. How did you end up with barbecue sauce on your shirt? Todoroki asked with a grin, and I burst out laughing. We were walking back to class together, sharing strange stories and the like. Hey, don't ask me. It just happens. I don't think it does just happen, but I'll take your word for it, LN. No need for formalities. Just call me YN. I smiled and he nodded. In that case, you can call me Shudo. Wow, really? Sure. Formalities aren't a big deal for me either. We headed inside Class 1A, waving as we went to our separate desks. I was really happy to have made a new friend among all the old friends who seemed to resent me. Todoroki seemed like an awesome guy. I was surprised when he approached me first. He felt like the cool older brother I never had. I let my legs swing a bit after sitting down, humming cheerfully. As a few of our classmates walked in returning from their lunches, I made funny faces at Todoroki, laughing as he did the same. The day was starting to look up. Izuku's POV. I walked into my classroom, having just talked to All Might during lunch. We had discussed the provisional license exam a bit and talked about working on special moves like we did in class. However, I was greeted with a strange sight. Wyan was making funny faces at Todoroki? At least it seemed like that. He seemed to be reacting and making faces back. Wait, she's getting up. And walking over to him? Hey, Todoroki, mind if I call you that? She laughed, shooting finger guns at him. He let out a mock groan. Please, never say that again. Then they both started laughing together. When did Y North and Todoroki get close? They had hardly spoken until now. Well, anyways, I was thinking we could have lunch again tomorrow? You have to choose the best food for me, Shudo. First name basis. Cold soba, of course. Aha, she laughed and the boys smiled at her. Todoroki never smiles. And they had lunch together? YN and I usually have lunch together. Suddenly, it hit me why my chest felt so heavy and why I felt so flustered. Was I getting jealous? No way. They're just friends. It's only been one day. How could they possibly? Izuku-san. Ga. You were muttering so loud everyone was staring. You all right? The girl with HC hair asked. I felt my face go red looking into her EC eyes and turned away, rushing to my desk and letting out a hurried, yeah, I'm fine, thanks. I turned around to see her leaning on Todoroki's desk, chatting with him. It made me upset. But then again, I've been avoiding her just like I just did, haven't I? Oh man, what am I doing? She just got rescued from her life as a villain, and she's probably had an even harder time adjusting to being back here without me helping her. I've just been ignoring her for no reason and leaving her to fend for herself. Your POV. I stretched, yawning as I brushed my teeth slowly. As usual, I was the last one up. I noticed everyone else was already getting their breakfast, so I decided to change into my school uniform after grabbing a bite. I felt out of place among my classmates, all of them already clad in their official uniforms while I was walking around in a tank top and some black and white shorts. I tossed some food haphazardly onto my plate and headed over to the couch in the common space, eating slowly. Hey YN. I hummed in response, recognizing the voice to be Momo's. Turning to her, I noted that all the girls from my class were standing behind her. YN. We all had some things we wanted to say to you. Each of us. Ochako spoke, clenching her fists. I looked at all of them questioningly. Okay, go on. I'll go first, Tsuyu said. Why? We all really miss you, to be honest. It's taken us a little while, and we're sorry for ignoring you while trying to figure it out, but we're ready to trust you again. We want you back as our best friend. Her voice began trembling a bit, and my eyes widened in shock as she sniffled. Tsu was always so composed. Tsu. I mumbled, my own eyes filling with emotion. I'll go next. YN, I know you and I haven't talked much, but I still considered you a great friend. And I'd love to consider you one again, and get to know the non-villain you more. Ochako shouted, smiling at me with a few tears in her eyes. Ochako. YN, I think you're such a cool girl. You and I are totally alike. I was so upset when I found out you were a villain, but I really believe you're trying to become a hero for real this time, and I believe in you. Mina exclaimed, wrapping her arms around me. I feel the same way. I know I don't stand out much, but you made me feel awesome about myself. And even if you complimented me and boosted my confidence when you were actually a villain, I know your words were true. Hagakure spoke, and I could tell she was beaming. Why? We also haven't spoken much, but I can tell you're a really awesome person. You've totally got what it takes to be a hero, and I'm glad you decided to make the choice to be with us again. Jaira murmured. And why? And I truly believe we're best friends. I know you're not a villain, I know it. And you've proven to us that you're a true hero with how hard you're working to gain our trust back. We know it hasn't been easy, and we're here to support you now. So, best friends? Momo asked softly, smiling brightly at me with a few tears of her own in her eyes. I was letting my tears fall quite freely by now, letting out hiccups and sobs every now and then. Gee girls! I shouted, and all of them crowded around, enveloping me in a warm group hug. We love you, YN. We stayed in our little embrace for a while, sharing tears and laughter together. We didn't pay any attention to the time or the boys still eating and watching our heartfelt moment. Eventually, after more tears and some sniffles, I chuckled and stood up. Okay girls. As much as I love this moment, we really need to get to class. I looked down. And I'm not even dressed. They all giggled and ushered me to my room where I quickly changed, and we headed out, walking to school while chatting and laughing. Sure, I missed the villains. But somehow, in the short time I was without this friendship, I missed it even more. Izuku's POV. That was so cheesy. Kaken shouted from his seat, shoving his hands in his pockets as he walked out. I'm out, losers. Well, I thought that was very heartfelt and wholesome. Ida exclaimed, making his usual chopping motions in the air. I agree, I'm really glad to see YN earning back her friendship with them. I smiled, looking out the window at the 7 girls chatting and walking together. She deserves it. The cool voice of Todoroki came from the doorway. She's working hard to earn our trust back, so I've already returned mine to her. Plus, she would have just ended up in jail if she were a real villain. After sharing his thoughts, Todoroki walked out. I understand she was a villain, but I am glad her dark path has turned into one of brightness and cheer. She was destined to be a hero, she just seemed misled. I believe she can be trusted again. Tokoyami spoke, with Ida murmuring a quiet, "You're so wise." Yeah. I feel bad for ignoring her. I really think she's on track to heroism. I'll support her, Kirishima said, pumping a fist and grinning. I better head out too, before Bakubro interrupts the girls' cheerful group. With that, he jogged out, calling for Kaken to wait up. I sighed, glancing one last time at YN heading to Yue before turning to Ida. Want to head out now? That sounds good, Midoriya. After all, UA students should always be 10 minutes early, but only if they've eaten a nutritious breakfast. Have you hydrated enough? Ida exclaimed. I'm all good. Let's go. I grinned, and we began a brisk pace to Class 1A. Your POV. The girls and I arrived at Class 1A about 10 minutes later, noticing everyone else starting to file in shortly after us. We chatted from across the room, quieting down as Aizawa entered with his usual demeanor. All right, students. You all know that this summer your main focus is obtaining provisional hero licenses. Do not take this lightly. Having a provisional license means you'll be responsible for human lives. You'll be semi-pros. The exam to get a provisional license only passes 50% of students each year. So, you'll focus on creating something new for this exam, 2 new special moves. Suddenly, the door opened, and Cementos, Midnight, and Ectoplasm walked in. Special moves are moves that will guarantee win against any foe, Ectoplasm explained, and Cementos continued. These moves should be so unique to your identity that no other person could even hope to replicate them. That being said, these moves show who you are. Pro heroes without any special moves are foolish in this day and age, Midnight said with a smirk. We'll explain more later, Aizawa said, his tone filled with intensity. For now, change into your costumes and meet in Gym Gamma. Time skip. This is Gym Gamma, also known as the Training Dining Land, or TDL. Midoriya, Ochako, Mina, and I all exchanged glances. There was the USJ. And now TDL, we all thought simultaneously. With this facility, which was my idea, I can create unique terrains for each of your quirks to challenge you. It's where you'll serve up justice, hence the name, Cementos explained. As Ida began asking questions, Midnight went over how Ida's Recipro Burst was almost like a special move, and that special moves didn't necessarily have to be offensive. Just a move that would give you the edge. That gives me more ideas. Since my quirk isn't super offensive, I thought, tapping my chin. In addition to these special moves, over the next few days you'll be making improvements to your costumes as well. Get to work. Yes, sir. And with that, our training began. I only heard the sound of my shoes lightly tapping on the floor of the hallway as I walked toward my destination, the support department. I wanted to change my costume to better accommodate my quirk and completely revamp my image, moving away from my previous identity as a villain. There was also a special move I wanted to prepare for that required some changes to my outfit. As I walked, murmuring ideas to myself, a familiar voice called out to me. "Wyan, are you also going to get costume changes?" Izuku asked, smiling as he slowed to a stop next to me. I grinned back at him. "Sure, I'm thinking of a move I could pull off, but it's going to be tricky unless I have some breathing room to release gas from different spots on my body," I explained. "It's not really my forte, but my costume needs to cover much less." Midoriya blushed slightly at this, which I noticed but continued on. "I also want to move away from the costume that defined me as Lady Toxic. I want to abandon that name and find a new look to present myself as a hero." I finished just as we reached the door to the support department. "Well, in my opinion, it wouldn't be so bad if you at least kept the name," Midoriya spoke softly, and I tilted my head. "How so?" "It would be like giving the name a new image behind it. A new meaning. Like how I got my hero name," he explained. "It used to be a name that I hated, that defined me as someone weak and helpless, but now for me and everyone else, it means to never give up." I sat in silence for a bit and then smiled softly. "I see your point. I like that a lot. Thanks, Izuku-san." He blushed suddenly at my words and turned away, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, no problem." Suddenly we heard voices. Did you also come to improve your costume?" No running in the halls. "Oh, Uraraka." Midoriya was cut off as the door to the support department burst open, sending us both stumbling back. I felt a weight on top of me, and as I coughed, the smoke began to clear. "Hatsum, I told you to stop going so far." "Hatsum. Hee, failure is the mother of invention, you know, Mr. Powerloader. Thomas Edison said something like that once." As the smoke finally cleared, I noticed that Izuku was pinned underneath me, and I was pinned under Hatsum. I felt my face heat up as Izuku opened his eyes and looked at me, trying to get up. Please get off." I squeaked at the pink-haired girl named Hatsum, who eventually listened. After a moment, we were all standing in front of the support classroom. "It's nice to meet you all. I've forgotten all of your names now." "I am Izuku Midoriya," he muttered, a dark blush on his cheeks as he avoided my gaze. "I'm Tenya Ida, the man you tricked into advertising your gadgets at the sports festival." "I'm YNLN, also someone who met you at the sports festival." We all gaped in shock as she turned away. "Never heard of ya." "Well, I'm busy developing new gadgets, so bye." "W8. We wanted to see about new costume designs." Midoriya reached out, and the girl stopped dead in her tracks before whipping around. "Wawa WHAAT. Count me in." "Hatsum." Powerloader spoke. "If you keep blowing things up and causing destruction, I'll have to ban you." "Sorry about her, guys. I heard from Aizawa you'd be getting new costume designs. Do you all have your forms?" We discussed costume designs, and I pulled Powerloader aside to talk about my costume while my friends braved the unpredictable Hatsum. "I have a move planned out that requires me to release gas from many different parts of my skin," I explained, showing him a simple drawing I made of my costume. It was a white and black leotard with no sleeves or straps on the top, mesh covering my chest, neck, and back, along with white and black boots that had smoky patterns going up to my knees and a matching gas mask. It's a complete revamp from my old costume, designed to let gas come out of several different parts of my body, not just my hands. "I see. I think we can get this done relatively quickly. There will just be a quick 3-day turnaround," he said, taking the designs. "Thank you, Mr. Powerloader." I smiled, running over to my friends as they backed away from Hatsum, who was holding a barrel. I glanced at them, rushing out the door. You guys have fun with her, goodbye. I shouted, running away to get back to Gym Gamma. Why and help us? Midoriya screamed as an explosion went off. I laughed a bit, slowing to a walk as I continued practicing my move. I stood atop the concrete pillar constructed by Cementos, closing my eyes and pushing out my hands. Focus on releasing the gas from every exposed pore, Ectoplasm's clone commanded, and I nodded. I let out a deep breath, and slowly, white gas erupted from every exposed bit of skin. Surround smoke trajectory. I yelled, closing my eyes as I felt the fluctuations reveal Ectoplasm's location. I blocked his move and neutralized his clone with a few of my own, letting the smoke dissipate. I took inspiration for this move from Mustard, since our quirks are similar. I figured if I could sense where the gas I released was, I could definitely detect people within it and use that to my advantage. Plus, the move created a smoke bomb, so while I could detect my enemies, they couldn't detect me. If I used blue smoke or any of my other effects, it made it almost impossible for anyone to resist my attack. YN. I heard a shout from below and smiled at the sound. That looked like a tough move. Really impressive. Izuku shouted up at me. I waved and climbed down, walking over to him. What's it, Cal? He cut himself off, covering his face at the sight of me. Is that your new costume? Thanks. I replied, standing tall. It allows me to perform my special move more easily. It looks good on you. Why, really good, he said with a blush, scratching the back of his head. I grinned back, feeling my cheeks flush as well. Thanks, Izuku-an. My costume was fitted and a bit revealing, but I didn't mind. It gave me a whole new look. It gave Lady Toxic a new image. The image of a hero. Yes, I'm sorry it isn't a chapter. I just wanted to share this on all my books individually. I promise you, the next chapter is coming soon, and it's going to be significant for YN's development into heroism. Now, onto what this part is about. I'm opening up writing commissions. I don't expect many people to take me up on them, but it's worth a shot. I really need some money to help with college since our household income isn't all that high, and I can't get a job quite yet. Anyways, any information you need to commission will be below. I'm willing to write. Comedy. For character X character. CXOC. Character XOC. Reader X character. Bienichit. Other anime fandom stories. Ask me if I can or cannot write one that you want. Views. Some canon characters I won't be writing in a pairing with OCs. Please ask me if you're curious about which characters I will write paired with your OC. I will not be willing to write. XBLCT Cunt. Underaged pairings. Sensitive topics such as trauma or abuse, I am willing to make some exceptions, like for example, a reader getting out of a difficult relationship and falling for a character. Just ask if your idea pushes this boundary or not. I'm open to discussion. Rules. PayPal payment only, please. I will begin your commission immediately after payment is received. It can take anywhere from 3 days to 1 week for a one-shot, and up to a month for a short story. Please contact me through my email or through my Instagram. I can make minor changes in the plot and correct grammar mistakes or spelling for free, but changing 30% or more of the word count will cost extra. I have the right to refuse any commission. No refunds unless I haven't written more than 50 words on your commission yet. Please be sure you want a commission before paying. You can't claim my writing as your own even after paying for and receiving it. My PayPal email is where you will send your payment. Now, onto the form for commissioning. Here's the info you'll have to provide. If you'd like to commission, please fill this out and send it to my email or DM it to me on Instagram. Wattpad username, only if you want me to post it. Fandom, G, Bingy, fairy tale, etc. Genre, G, drama, angst, fluff, etc. Characters included. Pairings. Plot, please be as descriptive as possible, like setting, events, etc. It helps me out. Post it or private. I ask this because I will have a separate book where I post post-it commissions. Length, in words, only for one-shot commissions. Chapters, between 3 and 10 chapters, only for multi-part story commissions. Exclusions, Basically anything you want me to avoid in your story. Your email, PayPal email only please. And finally, my pricing is below. 500 words to 1,000 words $2 to $4, Ficlet. 1250 words to 2,000 words $5 to $7, small one-shot. 2,250 words to 3,000 words $8 to $10, one-shot. Over 4,000 words $12, long one-shot. I will add $2 for every 500 words you want added beyond 4,000 words. Multi-part stories. 2 to 5 chapters $16 to $19, short-length story. 6 to 8 chapters $20 to $22, medium-length story. 9 to 10 chapters $24 to $25, long-length story. Last bits of information. I will offer the following discounts. 50% off any price in the multi-part stories for very close friends. Discounts are subject to change, and I may add more or do a discount giveaway later on. Thanks so much for reading this, and thank you for supporting the writing of Ghastly. Next update coming soon. Chapter End. Your POV. Unfortunately for me, another aspect of my punishment was that I had to take afternoon classes off a few days a week to clean the dorms, but thankfully just for the first month of my return. I swept the floors, sighing a bit as I hummed to myself. It was pretty boring not having anyone around. Missing afternoon classes was also a bit tough since I had to make up any work I missed, but Izukuin helped me with that issue. After cleaning for another hour and thoroughly checking to ensure the entire dorm was spotless, I flopped onto a couch, exhausted. I glanced at the clock, hoping that maybe my classmates would be back soon. Nope. Still about an hour until school lets out, so maybe another hour and 10 minutes total for them to return. I groaned, getting up and walking over to the kitchen. Honestly, whenever I'm bored, I snack. Grabbing some assorted snacks, chips, some candy I had hidden a while back, etc., I headed back to the couch and munched away while turning on the TV. I still wasn't happy about missing classes with my friends, but I supposed it wasn't so bad to have the time to relax. After about an hour of watching a show, I was bored once again. Plus, my food had run out. I groaned again, this time louder, and stumbled over to the elevator like a zombie. So, bored. I grunted, going to my dorm and opening the keypad lock with my combo, flopping onto my bed as soon as I was inside. Maybe I can take a small nap. I'm sure the others won't mind. I hummed, snuggling into my pillow. About 5 minutes earlier. Author's POV. A voice came over the loudspeaker as Aizawa spoke to his class a few minutes before releasing them for the day, which interrupted him. Attention students and faculty, suspicious activity has been reported by students near the Heights Alliance dorms. Please take caution and do not leave your dorm buildings once you return to them. I repeat. That's strange. Aizawa grunted, looking back at his class. Wait, isn't YN back at the dorms? Ochako asked, biting her lip. Midoriya had already thought about this and was slightly panicked. He felt like something was about to go wrong. Yes, but I'm sure. She'll be fine, Aizawa spoke. She's bound to stay in the dorms, she has cleaning duty. Ida raised his hands and performed chopping motions. But sir, she could be in danger, could she not? Of course, the class rep was as concerned for his classmates as ever. Yes, we should probably get back quickly. Momo put a hand on her chin, thinking. You can all head back in 5 minutes when the bell rings, but, of course, the bell was the one to interrupt Aizawa as it rang loudly. Izuku grabbed his stuff immediately and rushed out the door, ignoring his classmates' calls of protest as he ran. Something in his gut told him that things were horribly wrong as his shoes tapped against the concrete floor. He had to get back. Present. Your POV. I woke up to what sounded like sand being poured. That's a weird sound to imagine, my half-asleep brain thought, but as my eyes opened a bit, I noticed it wasn't just my imagination. My curtains were billowing in front of my now broken glass door, and 2 figures stood there. One, the purple warp gate man known as Kurojiri. The other, my former comrade, Tamura Shigaraki. I'll leave you to it, Kurojiri spoke, looking over at me. Despite his inability to make expressions, something seemed different about his voice and gaze towards me as he vanished. Call me when you succeed. I got up from my bed and stepped back a bit. Tamura? Yeah, been a while, huh, YN? He chuckled, stepping into my dorm and walking towards me. His eyes were different. They were cold, as if he were looking at an enemy. Now that I think about it, he technically was. Why it has. I managed to say, shaking just a bit. His gaze was intimidating me when it normally never managed to. You realize it would have been a lot easier to break you out had you just gone to prison instead of joining all the wannabe heroes? He said irritably, scratching his neck as he approached. I backed up. They would have put me in Tartarus and… Oh please, Wyan. They would have put you in a high-security prison, sure, but Tartarus? What a joke, he rasped out, stopping in his tracks. Why are you backing up? Come on, let's go. I don't want any of those little brats finding us. Tamura had turned around, expecting me to follow, and turned back around with a glare when he realized that I wasn't. I said, come on, what? No, I spoke up. What? He seethed, walking back over to me. The rest of us are waiting for you. What do you mean no? Listen, Tamura, seriously. Heroes aren't as bad as we thought. I promise. It was just a few bad ones that made us despise the whole bunch. My sentence was cut off as 4 fingers grabbed my neck, and Tamura pulled me towards him, holding me against my will. I felt my breathing become restricted, eyes widening in fear. This wasn't the Tamura I knew. You're coming back with us whether you like it or not, and don't expect a big welcome after this spill of yours. You're only good for killing, and it seems that's going to be a hard habit to get you back into now that these brats have brainwashed you, he hissed. And no. I choked out, clawing at his fingers. Careful, wouldn't want the 5th one to go down. Suddenly, there was a knock. Who did you invite over to your dorm? Your boyfriend, Izuku Midoriya? He hissed into my ear, and I struggled more. Another knock. Louder this time. Wyan, are you okay? I heard the voice coming from behind the door and recognized it as Midoriya's. Tell him you're fine right now, or I'll make sure he regrets it, Tamura whispered. Then it occurred to me. The league stopped caring about me as soon as I was gone. I can't say for sure all of them stopped caring, but that must have been why Kurogiri looked so off earlier. Tamura, who used to ruffle my hair and send me off on missions with his own version of encouragement, was willing to harm me as soon as I stepped away. But I couldn't let Midoriya, or any of my friends, suffer for my mistakes. I am okay, I exclaimed, feeling Shigaraki's fingers lift for a brief moment so I could speak normally. I choked out a bit as I felt them close back down immediately. Good. Now come on. YN. Who is that? Midoriya's voice called again. Sorry, but I'm coming in. No, don't. But I had foolishly left my door unlocked, and Izuku entered, seeing me in a perilous situation with the blue-haired villain. His eyes widened in shock, then filled with fury. YN. Man it, you brat. You should have sounded more convincing. Shigaraki seethed, letting a 5th finger get dangerously close to my neck as Izuku rushed to help. Don't move another muscle, successor of All Might, Tamura spat bitterly, smirking and laughing maniacally. If you do, your little girlfriend might just vanish. Let her go. Midoriya shouted, standing his ground, unwilling to risk Shigaraki carrying out his threat. He grit his teeth, hating the position he was in. I don't think so. She's coming with us, and you can't do anything to stop it. Now watch while I take her away from you. Shigaraki laughed again. YN looked into Izuku's eyes, glanced down at Tamura's hand, and bit it as hard as she could. Oh, what the hell? The villain shouted, but he released his hold just enough for YN to slip away. However, his fingers brushed against her neck, causing a painful mark as she ran to Izuku. YN, are you okay? The boy asked, concern etched on his face as he noticed her hand covering the spot on her neck. He gently moved it and she winced in pain. His eyes widened at the sight of the injury. After all, it was a significant wound on her neck. Izuku hugged YN close, glaring at Tamura with fiery rage in his green eyes. Oh no, I'm so scared, he chuckled, just as Kurogiri appeared on the balcony. Have you? What's going on? Tamura Shigaraki, the warp gate questioned, and Shigaraki whipped around. That brat stopped, however. He cut himself off after hearing the voices of YN and Midoriya's classmates. Sheet. Game over for now. Let's go, Kurogyri. I don't think so. Midoriya shouted, standing up after gently laying YN against a wall. Izakun, though. They hurt you, YN, the boy muttered, his full cowl activating. And they're villains. I'll take them out. Don't bother. Drop dead, whatever. See you. Tamura spoke, walking into the warp gate. And just for the record, we will get her back. This isn't the last you've seen of us. That girl is a danger at heart, and you'll see that soon enough. The man-child chuckled menacingly, disappearing into Kurogyri's gate just as Midoriya sprang. YN was still holding her hand over the painful mark on her neck, which thankfully seemed to be bleeding less. I'm sorry I couldn't catch them. Midoriya spoke, kneeling next to her. How are you feeling, YN? He questioned gently. He placed a hand on her shoulder and she looked up. His eyes widened, then saddened at the sight before him. Tears flowed from her eyes like waterfalls. I'm sorry. I sniffled, trying to wipe my tears. Don't be sorry, you could have never seen that It's not that. I shouted, cutting him off. I felt awful. Because of my presence at this school, I was putting everyone in danger. I should have just chosen to go to prison. Then you all wouldn't be in danger because of me. I cried, my eyes filling with more tears. They'll be after me, and if they hurt any of you, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Izuku hugged me tightly, and my eyes grew wide. My eyelids lowered, and I buried my face into his neck, letting my eyes close. You aren't a danger to us, YN, he spoke sincerely. You're so important to all of us, to me. I don't think you realize how important you are to me. I blushed a bit but shook my head and pulled back. But why you could have gotten hurt, and that's precisely why I should leave. Because you're just as important to me. Midoriya blushed as well and placed his hands on my shoulders. YN, I will never let them touch you again. None of those villains had your best interests in mind. And I'll protect you from all of them, he exclaimed, his eyes glinting with determination. I looked away. Today's encounter helped me realize that they really didn't care. I sniffled again, trying to shake away the tears. Izuku looked at me, and I could see the pity in his gaze. But I've chosen to move on from them. I shouted, but my confident response to my own statement diminished as I spoke the words. YN. Midoriya said gently. Even so, it still hurts to come to terms with. I spoke, my voice straining as I tried not to sob. I promise. I promise to keep you safe. I know you're capable on your own without me, but I want to protect you because... I looked up at the boy, who began stuttering and blushing. Izakun. Because. I really, truly mean this when I say it, YN. He managed to get out. I love you. My heartbeat quickened and my eyes widened. A blush spread over my entire face. Why you? Love me? Because. I really, truly mean this when I say it, YN. He managed to get out. I love you. My heartbeat quickened and my eyes widened. A blush spread across my entire face. Why you? Love me? Izuku nodded quickly, his face completely flushed. A large smile broke out across my face, and suddenly, the sad tears that had been on my cheeks earlier transformed into happy ones. You doof. You should have said that to me way earlier. I laughed through my tears, hugging him as tightly as I could. Also, maybe not when I'm in such a state. He laughed as well, hugging me back. Sorry, but after what happened, I couldn't imagine you being taken without telling you how I feel. I nodded gently, ruffling his hair a bit. Well, at least they're gone now. I murmured softly. After a little while longer of us silently embracing, the door burst open again. We heard screaming. Are you okay? Ida shouted, looking confused. What in the world happened in here? I looked up and glanced around. Somehow, my room was a mess because of the villain's break-in. Shortly after Ida, Bakugo stomped in, followed by some other students. He looked at Izuku and me embracing, and his nose crinkled. See? I told you idiots they were just. Why in your neck? I looked up at Ida, who had immediately rushed to my other side. At this point, Midoriya and I weren't hugging anymore, but he sat on my right, blushing at Bakugo's comment that I chose to ignore. Yeah, don't worry. I waved my hand as Ida knelt at my left side, inspecting the wound. It's nothing. Did someone attack you? He questioned. Bakugo perked up at that, just as a few others walked in. Why is there a party in YN's dorm? Kaminari chuckled. Kami, I don't think it's a party. Mina said in a hushed tone, having noticed my wound and the mess. Why yeah, I murmured. Tamura Shigaraki and Kurogyari from the League of Villains warped onto my balcony. They tried to get me to come with them, and when I wouldn't, they got aggressive. Thank God Midoriya came to help, or I probably would have been taken. Or, I didn't finish my sentence, not wanting to elaborate on the grim alternative. We must order heightened security. Ida shouted in alarm. This is severely concerning. For now though, I'll call Mr. Aizawa, and we can get you bandaged up. As Ida got Mr. Aizawa to come to the dorm, Bakugo walked over. You gotta be more careful, YN. Bakugo spoke, glaring at me. That demon nerd would be hopeless without you. I gave him a bright smile in return. I know. That's why there's no way I was gonna let them take me. Katsuki scoffed, then gave a small smirk before walking off. Good, Bakugo thought to himself. I'm glad he makes you happy. Bakugo! Hey, Bakubro! What happened? Kirishima shouted, panting as he ran over. The rest of the class is coming too, but we heard some commotion. The explosive boy turned to his friend and rolled his eyes. Some incident in YN's dorm. Don't bug her. Enough idiots are here already. Oh man, I hope she's okay. I bet you do too, since you like her, Kirishima teased with a sharp-toothed grin, gently pushing his friend. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, and he exploded. No, I do not, shitty hair. He chased Kirishima down the hall, who was laughing boisterously. Seeing him laugh with that grin on his face really made him believe what he said. He liked someone other than her now. Stupid crushes, Bakugo thought as he chased down Kirishima, putting me through dumb feelings only to change. Meanwhile, in YN's dorm, Yaoyorozu, Ochako, Jiru, Shoji, Koda, and a couple of others were gathered while Mr. Aizawa bandaged up my neck wound. For now, it seems okay, but we'll have to take you to Recovery Girl if it worsens, Aizawa said. We'll also have security heightened around the dorms and the school. If the villains warped in so easily, that's not good. I nodded, gently patting the bandages before getting up. I've already alerted the police to do a sweep around here, but judging from what you told me, the villains are long gone. I nodded again. They used Kurogyari's warp to escape. Promised. They promised they'd be back to take me. Aizawa sighed, patting my shoulder. I had been troubled enough. They won't. And that's my promise. Thank you, sir. After everyone shared their concern with me, students began filing out, back to their dorms. The police swung by to question me and Midoriya, but they didn't get any meaningful evidence. Once everything had settled, it was just the two of us left inside my dorm. So, that's one way to spend an afternoon, I spoke, chuckling a little under my breath. In truth, I was still terrified at the prospect of being taken, especially considering I now knew how swiftly they would harm me if I stepped out of line in their presence. I trembled slightly and Midoriya noticed, walking over to me. It's okay, why? Like Aizawa said, they won't get you. It's not that. I spoke, my voice trembling. They never cared. I know I said it before, but it hurts me. They were like family. Izuku looked at me with pure sympathy. I had been through so much and he hated seeing me cry. Shoo, YN, I'm so sorry, he murmured, wiping my tears away gently. But I promise you, everyone here loves you and accepts you as family now. You'll never be cast out again. I looked up, embracing him tightly. Thank you, Midoriya. About that confession earlier. Midoriya turned bright red. I think I should make it official. I stepped back, sniffling but smiling as I wiped my eyes. Be my boyfriend, Midoriya? I asked with a blush and a gentle grin. Why yes, he shouted, maybe a bit too energetically. I burst out into giggles, and the green-haired boy scratched the back of his head. I'll gladly be your boyfriend, YN. Barely able to contain myself, I rushed forward and planted a kiss on his cheek. Izuku broke out into a brighter red than ever before but melted into the moment, wrapping his arms around my waist. A while after the kiss, we had to break for air, both huffing slightly. I blushed and gave him a soft smile as I rested my head on his shoulder. That was my first kiss. I am so sorry. I didn't know. Midoriya, calm down. I'm really glad it was you, she said, placing a hand on his cheek. Really? He asked gently. Then, blushing again, he exclaimed, "I was my first too. I wouldn't have wanted to share that moment with anyone else but you." YN chuckled, kissing his cheek softly. You're so cute. And such a dork. Yeah, that's true, the boy replied sheepishly, smiling. But honestly, Midoriya, I wouldn't have you any other way. I walked up and down my room anxiously, glancing at the delicately wrapped package lying on my desk. Like the gift. For goodness sake, have you never dated a boy before? A gift isn't always necessary for a 1-month anniversary. Well, I guess I really haven't dated a boy before, but just as I was about to get lost in my thoughts, thanks to my boyfriend, Midoriya's tendency to ramble, the girls suddenly burst into my room. Gee girls, I exclaimed, turning to the door in shock. We're here. Mina spoke. To help you get ready for your date. Ochako finished, flashing jazz hands at me. I shook my head, slowly smiling at the girls. We brought some outfits for you to try, since we heard you and Midoriya were going to a cat cafe for your anniversary. I hope we aren't being too invasive, Momo said with a gentle smile, holding up a bagged outfit. I motioned them in. No, not at all. Please come in, I really appreciate the help. A few moments later, I was practically dressed in the outfit Mina brought me. It was a multicolored top and pants, patterned with leopard print and lined with fur. I think the other girls might have been more disgusted than I was. No, definitely not. Someone get her the next outfit already. Hey, come on, it's stylish. Mina protested. Next, I was in Hagakure's outfit. It consisted of pink cat stockings, a pink skirt, a pink shirt, and a pink crop jacket. It's a little much, Momo offered with a nervous smile. Fair enough, Toru said, shrugging. After that, I tried on a beautiful red gown with white gloves. The girls had put my hair up, and Momo even did some makeup to give the gown the full effect. It's lovely, Yamamo. I just think it may be a bit overdressed for a cat cafe, I chuckled, pulling off the gloves gently. I understand, she said with a smile. Ochako offered up her outfit, which was a simple pair of jeans and a white and pink t-shirt. She chuckled as I looked down at it. Sorry, it's not much. I don't have a whole lot of fancy clothes. It's okay, Oka. I'm not aiming for super dressy anyways, I grinned. I think only Jairu and Tsuyu are left. Jairu's outfit was definitely punk. Chains, purples, blacks. I felt like an e-girl. No offense, but I think this style suits you more than me, I laughed. Jairu and the rest of the girls nodded, inspecting the outfit. Tsuyu's dress was last. It was a simple white knee-length dress with a lovely green shawl. Every girl clapped in awe. It's perfect. It's the right amount of casual for a cafe date. Lovely. I love it, Tsu. It's perfect. I smiled, twirling around. Thank you. Tsuyu blushed as the girls complimented her, myself included. I'm glad you all like it. Hawaiian. It's 5:30. I looked up at Momo, who was pointing at the clock. Realization washed over me. Oh no. I have to meet him outside at 6. Ladies, how fast can you do my hair? Give me 15. Mina shouted, rushing to grab her hair supplies. 30 minutes later, I was outside the dorms, ready to meet Midoriya. The girls stared at me from the window, not so silently cheering me on as he walked outside. Wyn. Midoriya jumped when he saw me, a deep red coating his cheeks. "Why, you look incredible." I blushed as well, smiling at him. "Thanks. You don't look so bad yourself." As we walked down the path, I turned back to see the girls waving at me. I giggled a bit, turning back to face forward. "Something wrong?" Midoriya asked, smiling at me. I shook my head. "Nope. Everything's okay," I answered. He nodded at me. Soon, during our walk to the cafe, I felt a warmth on my hand. I looked down, seeing Midoriya's fingers intertwined with mine. Looking up, I could see his face turning red. "So forward, Midoriya," I teased, squeezing his hand. He blushed harder, looking away. Sorry. If it's too much." I was joking. I laughed, leaning my head against his shoulder as we walked. Time skip. That was so amazing. All the cats were so cute and the food was delicious. I sighed, placing a hand on my cheek as we walked back to the dorms. "Why, I'm glad you liked it so much, YN." Midoriya said happily, my other hand intertwined with his again. I smiled up at him. "I really appreciate this, Midoriya. Even after everything that happened, you always stayed by my side no matter what," I mumbled, squeezing his hand tighter. "WL. I knew you were good all along, YN," he spoke thoughtfully, taking my other hand in his and looking into my eyes. "I never had any doubts." "Any doubts at all?" I asked sarcastically, giving him a playful smirk. He gave a sheepish smile back. "Maybe some. But I promise you, I always knew you'd come to our side." I blushed at our sudden proximity and looked down at our hands. Midoriya noticed. "Are you okay?" he said softly, looking into my eyes once I glanced back up. I smiled brightly and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. His face turned bright red and I giggled. Everything is absolutely perfect." He recovered from his embarrassment and smiled back at me. "I agree. Absolutely perfect."